And now it appears the contract offer and the details of what the Raptors extension would look like towards Kawhi have been revealed. I'm Adam Oslin. Welcome back into Clippers Talk.
Here we go, Clips fans.
Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. After every game, download every pod. Clippers Talk's the name. He's a basketball talking golden god.
New episodes after every game on demand.
Follow Clippers Talk wherever you get your podcasts.
Clippers.
Good to be back, I think. So we have some breaking news here. Per Shams Charania, the Toronto Raptors are willing to offer Kawhi Leonard the 2-year, $126.1 million max contract extension he is demanding. That's what Shams Charania is reporting, meaning he'd make $50 million this year. That's the end of his last contract extension, and would start at $61.5 million in the 27-28 season and $64.5 million at the 28-29 season. The Raptors are making a strong push for Kawhi. They aren't going anywhere, people. Yeah, the Raptors are back. Let me see if I can pull up Shams' report here. Because he also, and I retweeted this, so I should be able to find it pretty easily, Adam, you dumbass. Let me just scroll up here. Here is what Shams said.
Those talks are continuing. They're serious between the Clippers and the Raptors on what would bring Kawhi Leonard back to the Six, back to Toronto. And those conversations have continued today. We'll see how the conversations go for the next few hours, potentially into tomorrow. But all signs point to these two sides being motivated, and the future is nearing its end. Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there.
Wow. Listen to that again.
Motivated, and the future is nearing its end. Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He has 1 year and about $50 million left.
He's not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension.
Has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He has 1 year and about $50 million left on his contract. So if the Clippers are not going to give him a contract extension, there are multiple other teams out there in the marketplace that would give him a contract extension. He's coming off a second-team All-NBA season. But as of right now, sources tell me there's only one place that he would commit to long-term, and that's the Toronto Raptors, his former team. Mm-hmm. He's familiar there. He won a championship there. A lot of the people that he was there with, as far as the front office side and the medical staff, they're still there. And we know how important familiarity and surroundings is to Kawhi Leonard. And so that is where he is looking at potentially for his next home.
So here was Shams Charania again about a half hour ago. And let me know if the sound is coming through clearly, guys, in the chat. You can also call in at 877-520-1150.
Those talks are continuing. They're serious between the Clippers and the Raptors on what would bring Kawhi Leonard back to the Six, back to Toronto. And those conversations have continued today. We'll see how the conversations go for the next few hours, potentially into tomorrow. But all signs point to these two sides being motivated, and the future is nearing its end. Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He has 1 year and about $50 million left on his contract. So if the Clippers are not going to give him a contract extension, there are multiple other teams out there in the marketplace that would give him a contract extension. He's coming off a second-team All-NBA season. But as of right now, sources tell me there's only one place that he would commit to long-term, and that's the Toronto Raptors, his former team. Mm-hmm. He's familiar there. He won a championship there. A lot of the people that he was there with, as far as the front office side and the medical staff, they're still there. And we know how important familiarity and surroundings is to Kawhi Leonard. And so that is where he is looking at potentially for his next home.
Then the other part of this is the contract he's being offered by Toronto, which is a 2-year max. That would mean while he's still at the end of this contract and getting $50 million this year, almost 62 next year, and then the final year. So basically it's 3 years, 65 million. That's 176 million total. We're tacking 2 years onto what's left of the 50 million on his last extension. That is apparently what Toronto is willing to offer Kawhi Leonard. So there's a few reasons, a few million reasons that he might be interested in going back to Toronto. And I would understand it. And I would understand if the Clippers aren't willing to give him the max. Because he's 35. While he had a healthy year last year and finished the year before, getting into the offseason healthy as well, you just don't know. And the truth is, a guy who's 35, those players typically that are injury prone at a younger age typically don't get healthier as they get older. Last year, he was able to stay healthy enough. I don't know if it's a great bet when you don't think you're a contender moving forward to give Kawhi a max at this stage of the franchise with the Clippers. I can get it more for Toronto. They think they can sneak into the mix of contenders there. I think maybe they would be if Kawhi looks like he did this past season. But the Clippers, we don't know what they were offering him. And Shams was saying, and this part still strange to me. I'll play it again.
Those talks are continuing. They're serious between the Clippers and the Raptors on what would bring Kawhi Leonard back to the Six, back to Toronto. And those conversations have continued today. We'll see how the conversations go for the next few hours, potentially into tomorrow. But all signs point to these two sides being motivated, and the future is nearing its end. Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension.
Okay, this part, and you have to understand that this could be Shams with Kawhi's agent or his inner circle getting information from that side versus the Clippers side, which really doesn't leak anything or info he could be getting from the Toronto Raptors. I don't know how plausible this is to me.
And the future is nearing its end. Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles.
I don't disagree with that part. That seems realistic. But this next part right here.
Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension.
He's not been given any indication the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. Maybe, seems kind of hard to believe, maybe they just aren't offering the max contract extension like the Toronto Raptors are. Does that pass the smell test to you guys? 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. These are how negotiations go. This is the art of the deal. I get it from both sides. 877-520-1150. I'll play the rest of the clip of Shams here.
He has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He has 1 year and about $50 million left on his contract. So if the Clippers are not going to give him a contract extension, there are multiple other teams out there in the marketplace that would give him a contract extension. He's coming off a second-team All-NBA season. But as of right now, sources tell me there's only one place that he would commit to long-term, and that's the Toronto Raptors, his former team. He's familiar there. He won a championship there.
Okay, if that is true, there's only one team that he would commit to long-term and take an extension from, because there's other reports that other teams would offer him the max extension. That's also coming from Shams, I believe. Other teams would offer him that same amount. There's a report out there about that. But if he's only willing to take it from the Toronto Raptors, that extension, well, the Clippers would lose a lot of leverage if that was the case. Then why is Toronto going to up the offer when they're bidding against themselves? That's what you have to think about here. I don't know if it's true. Shams is saying it right here.
Contract extension. He's coming off a second-team All-NBA season. But as of right now, sources tell me there's only one place that he would commit to long-term, and that's the Toronto Raptors, his former team. He's familiar there. He won a championship there. A lot of the people that he was there with, as far as the front office side and the medical staff, they're still there. And we know how important familiarity and surroundings is to Kawhi Leonard. And so that is where he is looking at potentially for his next home.
What do you guys think? Is that the truth? Is it just one side of the story? Is it Kawhi's camp trying to get the Clippers to offer him a max contract because the Raptors are, because these other teams would? It is his birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Kawhi. The best part about this is Kawhi Leonard probably has no idea that all this is going on. Honestly, like, he probably gave some instructions before he head out on vacation, and they're doing good by him, his team, and everything. But I don't know if Kawhi knows he's the center of the sports universe right now. I don't know. Did he just say, get me the max and back to Toronto if the Clippers aren't willing to give it to me? Jonathan said the goal equals championship and comfort. So dual prong there. He can get both in Toronto. Mio is saying his usual stuff. He's not a Kawhi fan. He's being
a hater. Being a hater.
That's what he does. I hope you all, though, dealing with the stress, the anxiety of having your franchise's face of the franchise cornerstone player, looking like and sounding like won't be there much longer. I hope you're not too bad.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you tonight? Not too bad, I hope.
I hope you're not too bad tonight.
Not too bad, I hope.
God, is this the fourth video I've done today? The fifth? I'm doing okay. 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150. Something tells me my voice is going to be wrecked tomorrow. I should probably start taking the ibuprofen tonight. Got to be preventative as I furiously tap on the home button or the refresh button on the page on X to see if there's any more breaking news surrounding Kawhi. But this was the latest. The max offer from Toronto is out there in detailed. And that soundbite from Shams. I don't know where everybody's at this point. Still feels like the fan base is a little bit torn. But if it's inevitable now, or it's starting to feel like that, I'm not saying it is. Not over till it's over. But the quote from Shams that his time in Los Angeles is coming to an end, I don't know. There's just too much to ignore here and say, it's just, they could be saying anything. It's starting to feel like, and I said this earlier, there is a very good chance, and more of a chance, that Kawhi leaves than stays right now. That's where I'm leaning. Natural said, at least we don't have to deal with LeBron. Okay. Rancis said, I hope the deal gets done. Ready to start fresh. Keaton Wagler era. I almost read that as like ERA. Trying to make sure there's no more from Shams here. Nothing else to dig into. I think that last clip was the latest. Let's see. He's been talking about Kristaps and Anthony Davis. But this is heavy. Just hearing this.
Those talks are continuing. They're serious between the Clippers and the Raptors on what would bring Kawhi Leonard back to the Six, back to Toronto. And those conversations have continued today. We'll see how the conversations go for the next few hours, potentially into tomorrow. But all signs point to these two sides being motivated, and the future is
all signs point to these two sides being motivated,
and the future is nearing its end.
The future is nearing its end. Okay, let's You know, he's been talking a lot today. I don't know if that's properly worded, but
is nearing its end. The Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7.
that's the part that makes it sound definitive. This is
Kawhi
it.
Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication.
I can't ignore Sham saying that. The quote from Mark Stein about the level of seriousness with this. There's too many reputable reporters all saying the same thing. It's starting to feel inevitable. Wait a second. Jaylen Brown was on Instagram and commented the Celtics should trade him to a city that respects him. I mean, they paid you a lot of money. I don't know. But hey, I like Jaylen Brown. So the current trade package that was rumored to be about earlier. So we've talked about the money and what the max contract would look like on that extension with Kawhi. The trade package was Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and a first-round pick. 2 players that would kind of you need to rehabilitate in some ways with their on-court game. I understand Brandon Ingram was an all-star this year, but the numbers are pretty damning, and there's a reason they're trying to move his contract. If it was so great, they wouldn't be trying to move him. Meanwhile, Grady Dick, who I was thinking a couple of years ago, this is a very interesting player. Everything fell apart for him this year. He only got 1 start. He only played 14 minutes per game as opposed to 29 last season. He only got 6 points per game. His shooting numbers fell off a cliff, 30% from 3. Just looks like he's lost his confidence. He needs a change of scenery. It feels like Dalton Connect in some ways. What happened to him? He has more driving ability, more crafty around the basket and stuff, but he's supposed to be able to shoot it a little bit. Some people are saying Grady Dick to Minnesota. Now I have to hit the refresh. Unfortunately, I don't know who to believe right now. There's so much news. It's just that fire hose of information and breaking news reports. It's overwhelming. I've been doing this all day. Sorry, that was loud. Yeah, in college, he was good, and he was good his first couple of years. There was a lot of potential with Grady Dick. I can see him change of scenery doing wonders for him. And we don't need to do the whole wordplay thing. All right. The jersey swap. I remember. He's young. Lonzo signing with, okay, I can't read the rest of that. I shouldn't even brought up Grady Dick, but he might be a Clipper soon. I'm just looking at it practically with all the information that's out there, with all the reporting. It sounds like it's happening. It's crazy to say, but it sounds like it's happening. Yesterday it was, well, the Clippers, they're listening, but the preference is Kawhi stays. Kawhi would like to stay. My guess is Kawhi would like to stay. But then when you saw the Raptors offering him, who knows, maybe $30 million more dollars than the Clippers are, if they're offering 126 and the Clippers are offering, let's say, 90 or 100, I don't know if you can bridge that gap. They're too far apart. I don't know if that works. Ryan Seaman calling the Grady Dick games. Yeah. Look, cross that bridge if we get there. I just don't know if they can come to an understanding if the money is that far apart. And that report from Shams that the Clippers haven't made an offer to me, that I don't know if I can fully buy that one.
But all signs point to these two sides being motivated, and and the future is nearing its end. The Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He is
That sounds what?
nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He
Has not been given any indication the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. I would think it's more they're just not offering what the Raptors are. Could be that. I find that hard to believe. Right? Shams could be getting this from Kawhi's camp, from the Raptors. Who knows? Shohei hit a 3-run bomb. That was probably a scheduled tweet. He's that good. Some people are here saying it's time to move on. Peyton said trading top 10 in MVP for the next Luke Kennard. Well, they're also getting at least one first-round pick. I would want two for what that last trade package was. Here is Lancer. My only thing, are we really going to get more in return for a Zubats than we are for Kawhi Leonard? Well, Zubats is, 5-6 years younger. Was he 29? B West asking me, you seem kind of bummed at him. You prefer he stay? I think for the right deal, that'd be nice. But I get it. If Toronto's offering a max offer, if other teams are willing to, and the Clippers are saying, well, we're not in that contending stage. So why are we giving max money when we're not chasing a ring right now? Kawhi's not going to be able to put us over the top. We've seen it the last couple of years. We re-signing Mathurin and John Collins then? I don't know about John Collins. You may get too much money, ton of interest. Mathurin's at least restricted, and that means they can match any offer. Some are saying, oh, wow, a mid-first round pick. How exciting. Hey, it's not exactly the most robust market for Kawhi if he's only willing to sign an extension in Toronto. That seems like a good way to leverage his position to get to where he wants. That could be what's happening. Honestly, it could be that simple. Lancer said, yeah, we're not paying him that. The only question is, are we willing to pay Jaylen Brown a similar salary? I get it, he's younger, but you're still not a championship level team for either. But you'd have more of a runway to build that team with Jaylen Brown is the difference because he's younger. But there'd be questions there too. And are you going to have to give up a first-round pick if you trade Kawhi to Boston for Jaylen Brown? And would Boston even do that if they're not getting assurance from Kawhi that he will sign an extension there, since Shams keeps saying he'll only do it in Toronto? B. West said, I just want someone other than Ingram. That's the part I don't like. I think that's definitely part of the hang-up here. If they could get RJ, who has a much more team-friendly $30 million expiring deal, RJ Barrett this season, that would be preferable. Brandon Ingram, 2 years, $40 million. Yeah, the second year is a player option. Is he really not going to opt into that? Was Zach LaVine really not about to opt into his deal? Peyton said, if KD can get massive hauls at Kawhi's age, there's no reason why Kawhi doesn't deserve a haul too. The other problem is Kawhi's actually played more games the last 4 years than Brandon Ingram. And some of the stats are just the advanced numbers. I know that's a touchy subject all of a sudden, but the numbers don't always impact winning with him. He's getting 22 this past season, 22 the year before, 21, 25, 23. Were those teams really good? I know they beat the Clippers a lot in New Orleans. Trouser said, I just don't ever think Kawhi's value will be as high as it is right now. I'm down to trade him 100%. Well, if it's so high, why does the trade offer not look that great? Could be because Kawhi says that's the only place he'll sign an extension, which is hurting the Clippers from getting more value for him. Madir said, keep Kawhi for one more year and then let him walk. It worked out well for the Clippers with PG-13. Joker not signing extension this summer, maybe a free agent by then. Maybe, I doubt it. Liberal Manuel said it's better than losing Kawhi for nothing, though. Not necessarily. If you think there's a guy you want to go after, and therefore having Brandon Ingram on the books limits you from spending that money elsewhere because he's making $80 million the next 2 years, not necessarily. If it's a bad contract. And it's looked at as a negative asset right now. Metal Slugs at least 2 first-round picks. Carl Langus. Okay. Kawhi basically holding the Clippers hostage. Give me $60 million or else get his ass out of here. That's how some people feel. It's just like with PG-13. We get cap room. Yes, it's similar, but you would think actually you would be able to get more for Kawhi. Some are saying the Raptors are getting good karma. I'm not as concerned with what's happening with them, but I guess it does need to concern me. Trying to see if Shams has released anything else. I know you guys would just blow up the chat if the trade actually went down. Some are saying the trade offer sucks. My question is, how uncomfortable would the Clippers be willing to get? If Kawhi wants to go because the Clippers aren't going to give him max money, but he's under contract right now. But if the only team he's willing to go to is the Toronto Raptors and the Clippers don't like the return, how much hardball are you willing to play? You want to have a staring contest? See who will break first? I mean, free agency opens tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific. You would like some clarity on this before then. So it behooves them to have some urgency, but not at the expense of giving up Kawhi for a bad deal. There's no deal that is going to make them a championship contender, including keeping Kawhi this year. We've talked about this before. If Giannis wouldn't put you in a championship bracket or tier, then nobody is. So would I be willing to wait out a little bit and see what happens? See if Kawhi says, okay, there's another team I'll go to. And maybe uses that team to drive up the price with Toronto. That could happen. Maybe Toronto falls for it. Maybe they don't. How much urgency do they have to bring Kawhi back? Was the Kawhi era a failure? Sadly, yes, in my opinion. Well, the goal is to win a championship, so yes. The reasons for them failing, a lot of it was because of things you can't do anything about, like a torn ACL. Tyler says BI is not a negative asset. Only reason Raptors are sending him and not RJ is because RJ's style fits better with Kawhi. Kawhi and BI wouldn't fit. I agree Kawhi and BI wouldn't fit. That's not the main reason they're sending BI. He shot 35% in that playoff series. Their offensive rating is better when he's off the floor. Their defensive rating is better when he's off the floor. That's why. He doesn't elevate guys around him very well. Like Mio's saying he's tired of giving Kawhi what he wants. I can understand that perspective to a degree. But if you send him to a place that he doesn't want to go to, you understand you're probably even getting less back in return because that team's going to say he's not signing the extension. He's a 1-year rental. Why am I giving you good assets? So you kind of do have to play ball with him to some degree. Yeah, it's an excuse saying he tore his ACL in 2021. You're right. It's totally his fault. Kawhi for all the Hornets assets and the truth of Musa. Some others are saying Brandon Ingram's contract is a negative asset. It is. Trust me. The Clippers, that is a huge part of this negotiation. I don't think they want it. The Raptors don't want it. It's was a little game with the water balloon. There was a timer and it would eventually go off and you're trying to pass it on along to somebody else back and forth. It's that type of thing. Raptors now minus 450 to land Kawhi. Yeah, like they are the overwhelming favorites. It's a trash trade either way. We don't know what the other trades would be. Teams might not even give them a first if they know they're only getting Kawhi for a year. And it could hurt them in the future with superstars. Oh, this is how you treated Kawhi. You treated Blake Griffin like this before Kawhi. This is a trend with the Clippers. It's bad business. I don't know how anybody doesn't understand that. Mio he's such a Kawhi hater. It clouds his thinking. It's bad business. It would be better to have a mutual parting of ways. Would it not? Something mutually beneficial for all sides. Maybe you can't get to that point. Yeah, I kind of thought the Rockets would have some interest. But if Kawhi says he only will take the extension from Toronto, that still hurts your leverage. Brandon Ingram is a really good mid-range shooter. Okay, here's the trade that people would like to get. Okay, this is just stupid. Getting CMB plus RJ plus 3 picks at minimum, no need to panic, or no picks and add Scotty. Like, they're not doing this. You know, there's another team negotiating here, right? Like, this is unserious. I'm sorry. Do you live in a fantasy land? Mio, do you not understand? Mio's getting a timeout for ridiculousness. You would solidify it much more. First of all, the CP3 thing, I think people know there's another side to that story. The Blake thing, yes, they obviously, you could say they did him dirty. It's business, whatever. He still also only got that max money because he got it from the Clippers first. He couldn't have got it anywhere else. So he got something out of it. But if you continue to do that and they see it's a pattern, it could crystallize in star players' minds. You don't want to do that. CMB is worth more than Kawhi. The Thunder tried to trade 3 firsts for him. They're probably not getting him. Colin Murray Boyles. That would be wonderful, but unrealistic. It'd be great. Probably not going to happen. Raptors are offering players they want nothing to do with. Grady Dick has been playing with Ingram. Bad contract and not durable mentally or physically. Mio ready to crash out over this trade? Yes, he is. You think the actual trade is CMB, BI, and a pick swap next year? It might be done if that was the trade. The Clippers are asking for more. If you're taking on Brandon Ingram's contract, You probably should get more. Where am I at on stupid conspiracy theories? I'm not wherever those are. I'm not at there. No, it's ridiculous. You realize Adam Silver asked a month ago for some urgency and to wrap it up, the investigation. He's not in control of what comes out of it. BI had some good years with New Orleans, and they still weren't very successful as a team. Not saying that's all his fault or something. I'd be interested to see what the Clippers can get out of him. What else do we got here? This football game still going? We getting the penalty kicks? God, the World Cup has been amazing this year. Paraguay took out Germany. We beat Paraguay 4-1. Transitive property. We're awesome. Why wouldn't the 76ers trade picks plus PG-13 for Kawhi? They just got a new GM. I don't think he just wants to give away picks right away. I don't know how many picks they have. I don't know if the Clippers would want PG-13 back. There's another reason. Said the Raptors don't need Kawhi, but he would really help them because they are weak with half-court offense and late-game situations. Kawhi solves that for them. Yeah, he'd really help. He'd be perfect for them. I don't know if they'd be able to get out the East still. The East is going to be tougher than people realize next season because Indiana's going to be back. Detroit should be better. Boston with whatever happens with Jaylen Brown. It's still going to be a full summer for Jason Tatum to train, and he looked really good coming back off the Achilles anyways. Now we're just asking a lot of different things. 3-team trade possible? Yeah. Yeah, you're not getting CMB for a 35-year-old Kawhi. Like, it's good to use your brain, said someone. I don't know about the TV deal. Juan said, rather have Jameson battle than BI. Transitive. Move on from Kawhi. It didn't work out. Start anew. Seems like that's what they're heading towards here. Again, here was Shams Charania about 45 minutes ago.
Those talks are continuing. They're serious between the Clippers and the Raptors on what would bring Kawhi Leonard back to the Six, back to Toronto. And those conversations have continued today. We'll see how the conversations go for the next few hours, potentially into tomorrow. But all signs point to these two sides being motivated, and the future is nearing its end. The Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He has 1 year and about $50 million left on his contract. So if the Clippers are not going to give him a contract extension, there are multiple other teams out there in the marketplace that would give him a contract extension. He's coming off a second-team All-NBA season.
I'm sorry, I just don't buy the Clippers would not get him a contract extension. They may not give him the max. I think that's the impasse here.
Not going to give him a contract extension. 1 year and about $50 million left on his contract. So if the Clippers are not going to give him a contract extension, there are multiple other teams out there in the marketplace that would give him a contract extension. He's coming off a second-team All-NBA season. But as of right now, sources tell me there's only one place that he would commit to long-term, and that's the Toronto Raptors, his former team. Mm-hmm. He's familiar there. He won a championship there. A lot of the people that he was there with, as far as the front office side and the medical staff, they're still there, and we know how important familiarity and surroundings is to Kawhi Leonard, and so that is where he is looking at potentially for his next home.
Yeah, I think people are like, well, why does he want to go back there or San Antonio initially? It's like he wants to go to a place where he has trust. Maybe he's regained trust for San Antonio, but he definitely has trust still in Toronto. He wants to be comfortable, familiarity, as Shams was talking about. Retire a Raptor? Maybe. Yes, the Raptors offered the max 2-year extension, which means $126 million. That's after this year where he still has $50 million left on his contract. Kawhi always gets his way, said somebody. What's the difference between the Clippers offer and 2 years, 120? We're talking pocket change. You have no idea. If the Clippers are only offering 90 or 100, first of all, it's 126 million. That's $26 million. That's the difference. I know. Everybody's going to say it's, yeah, I understand. It's athlete money. It's sports. These are very unique individuals. They get paid the most. That's how it works. Mio, you wish. If they are anywhere between like 30 million and 25 to $20 million apart, I understand. I understand why Kawhi would want to go back to Toronto. And he's going to be treated like a king. He's a living legend there. People are thinking, oh, no, Toronto's still upset with him. He left. He told him straight up he was never going to stay. He didn't, exactly twist his words, or, Kawhi wasn't two-faced or speaking out both sides of his mouth or anything like that with them. He was upfront and honest. That's what this is. So they still love him. Why wouldn't they? He brought them their only championship. What are we talking about here? Yeah. You get a chip out of it. Me, I say the same stuff I say here. Two first. Let's just get this done. It's too painful for either team. We don't even know if they're offering 2 firsts for sure. And is one of them just a pick swap? Well, we have the details on the max offer and what that would be. Do we know that it's 2 firsts? Because there's a difference there. Pick swaps, unprotected firsts. We also don't know how it's going to shake out with a new draft, a new lottery system. So I'm getting distracted by this shootout. Oh my God. They both just missed. The highest pressure situation in sports. People already on Twitter saying goodbye to Kawhi in their own way, pulling up big games, big shots, big moments. Jamal Christopher bringing up that Kawhi, Zubats, James Harden, Norman Powell, and Paul George all ended up in the East. Maybe. We'll see if Kawhi follows the rest of them. I mean, I do think the Clippers would prefer him go to the Eastern Conference, of course, not have to see him 3 to 4 times a year versus him going to Golden State or San Antonio or something. But at what cost? Are you going to be able to get good enough value back for him? That's the difficult part of this. Because if it's true, and Shams is at least putting it out there, that Kawhi will only sign a contract extension with Toronto, then the Clippers can't drive up the price much. Are they willing to get uncomfortable with this? This could be a really tough negotiation. Hold on to him. He still has a year left. See how it goes. Some are saying Raptors will get a center after Kawhi. Can the Raptors contend with him next year? I think they'd be, a little bit a cut below the top teams in the East. I don't know if they'd be as good as Boston, depending on what happens with Jaylen Brown or obviously the Knicks. If Halliburton looks the same, You got to put Indiana back in the mix. What does Orlando do? The Pistons look like they're getting better. They should get better. Still young enough too, but Jalen Duren and stuff. I'm Adam Moslin. Welcome into Clipper Stock. What's your name?
Gene,
Gene,
North
what's
Carolina.
up? What do you want to say, Gene?
Oh yeah, I was just wanting to comment on the video that's going on right now. I just wanted to talk about how a lot of people want Kawhi gone, and they want to do a changing of the guard, but I really don't think they appreciate what we have with Kawhi and how efficient he is, and they really don't look at the fact that he has been healthy for 2 seasons, or 1.5 years. There's a reason why there's a lot of teams that want him, and they realize how good he is still at his advanced age.
So should the Clippers just hold on to him, even if they're not offering a max extension? Should they just say, hey, Kawhi, we have this money for you. You're under contract for this year. Take it, or just play out your contract here?
I think that they should do that. That number is for two reasons. Number one is the fact that it will keep us in a little bit of contention, and it will also give us an anchor to for the younger guys, but also it will create a precedent because we have this new arena, we have this new owner. For those of us who was back in the days with Donald Sterling, and it would show that we have we stand behind somebody. I think he should retire a Clipper, and even, it could be other things that could be done, like coaching staff or, whatever, bring him in the broadcast or whatever. But, I mean, we don't have that one person that we could hang the history on right now. And I think Kawhi would be the perfect person to do that. But a lot of people, they just want to, just like, oh, we just got to move forward. And it's like, sometimes it's not just about basketball.
Yeah. I mean, they've had a relationship with him for a long time now. I think.
What do you think?
I don't think they can afford to give him the max contract that some other teams are. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm not saying they couldn't do it technically. I'm saying, would it be wise for the Clippers? They're a team that even with him, they're not contending. The Raptors get him, they can convince themselves they're contending. Plus, he's Kawhi. He's a living legend there. He's their hero. And start building the statue if they don't have one or enough murals already. Like I think it's a different situation for the Clippers. They just drafted the 5th pick, Keaton Wagler. They're entering a new phase here. It's not the same as it has been in past years.
I mean, I agree with that. I agree that the way in a new phase. I'm just saying is that there's no reason that you can't sign him to a max contract that whatever he wants, and then in the future trade him, because his game is so sublime, where he doesn't depend on his athleticism, that there's no reason why he can't be traded at a later point. There's no reason to trade him right now.
Well, some think they'll lose leverage as this goes along, too. If you don't trade him now, the price will go down. If you get into the season, let's say you trade him at the deadline, well, some team's getting him on a rental for 25 games. So it'd be hard to say they'd be able to get more for him then. I agree there's plenty of summer left. There's plenty of free agency, but I think it would be hard to navigate the salary cap and knowing what other moves to make until their biggest move is handled when you're coming from the Clippers front office perspective.
Okay, I agree with you on that. I will say this. I think that this is coming from a person who have, my friend's a Thunder fan, and when we traded Shea, I told him at the point, I was like, yo, you're getting an all-star right now. I was like, I didn't know it was going to be like,
we all said he had all-star
MVP.
potential. You're being honest because nobody knew that he'd be a 2-time MVP.
Yeah, I didn't know he was going to be that high, but like what I'm saying right now is like, I think a lot of people really don't appreciate what he really does And just thinking that we can switch him out for another piece that we can just like, okay, well, you know, we're just going to reload and get somebody else good. It's like we are giving up, like, you know what I'm saying, a Hall of Famer. Like, you know, at the end of the day, like, people need to really realize that he probably has at least 3 years probably left in him, and we're just going to just, you know, get out of the way. And it's, I mean, whatever the Clippers do, I'm always a Clipper fan. I'm not a Kawhi fan, so whatever they do, I will stand behind it. But at the end of the day, I think people need to really look at what we are really doing right now. What we just a lot of people are just lining up, running behind, like, okay, let's just throw them away. And it's like, okay, we'll see.
All right, Gene. I appreciate the phone call, my friend. Make sure to call in again. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I definitely will.
All right, we got another phone call. Mystery caller. You're on Clipper Stop with Adam Moslin. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
You can hear me?
I can hear you. Who's this?
Oh, what's going on, Adam?
Is it Penn?
Clipper Nation, man. Hey, what's going on? Hey, yeah. So, me personally, I've been listening to the show forever, you know, but I think Kawhi Leonard, it's time to go. Go get Jaylen Brown. Go get someone. His time is in LA. It's up, man. Because we gave up Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, you know, for Paul George, and that's a huge stain, man. So it's time for him to go. You know what I mean? Clipper Nation is over with. You know, we need to turn the page and just start over. I love Kawhi Leonard, but hey, man, you got to get what you can right now because, hey, it's the youth movement right now, and the future is bright. But hey, we got to start over.
You're saying just take whatever the offer is?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I mean, if all the reports right now saying the Raptors and Jaylen Brown is still kind of his relationship with the Celtics is up in the air. So if you can get Jaylen Brown, hey, go for it if possible. But yeah, Kawhi, man, you got to turn the page already, no doubt.
Oh, we haven't heard much about Jaylen Brown since earlier today. But would you do it for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and a first-round pick and 1 first-round pick swap? Would you do it for that?
Man, you know what? I love Brandon Ingram's game. I don't know if he will fit well with Ty Lue's system, but I mean, you got to get something for Kawhi right now, man. You know, so if the only offer right now on the table is with the Raptors and it's for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, don't know much about him outside of the photos with his jersey, but I think that but I mean, if you can get Brandon Ingram from like Kawhi and a first pick swap, hey, do it, man. You know, I would, no doubt. It'll suck, but hey, you got to get something for him, man, because he's gonna walk. So
he's not gonna walk. He's under contract for another year. He can't walk.
Oh well, disregard what I just stated, then, man. If we have him locked down for 2 more years, and hey,
1 more year. He is under contract for $50 million this year.
Oh well, never mind. Well, hey, man, let's just play this out and just see what happens with Keaton Walker and I was hoping for Darius Acuff, but yeah, man, we just let it play out and just see if he wants to remain a Clipper. Hopefully, we can make a run, man. It's like the same sentiment every year, year after year, man. I'm a big time, huge Clippers fan, man, my entire life, and you know, we get our hopes up and just to get let down. So, hey, just let the dice roll wherever they may, and you know, hopefully he wants to stay in LA. You know, if Steve Ballmer and Lawrence Frank they feel it's such, then just let it run and just see if Kawhi can get us the championship. We just need one. We just need one, y'all. We just need one chip. That's it. Just one. You know what I mean? So,
all right. What was your name?
Steve Ballmer. My name is Jason, man. My name is Jason for sure.
You called in before, right?
Absolutely not, man.
Okay.
Honestly, God, truth, man. This is my first time calling in. I always watch it live. I listen to the radio as well. You guys on the radio during the games, and I'm after the games, and so this is my first time ever calling in.
Where are you from, Jason?
I am from South Central LA, man.
Okay.
77th in Vermont, Normandy, Manchester, and Florence. Yeah.
Right on.
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks for supporting the show and thanks for calling in. Make sure to call in again.
Man. Hey, man, I think I can speak on behalf of all Clippers fans, man. We really appreciate you, man, and you make our fandom that much brighter. You know, so just keep up the great work, the phenomenal work, and hey, man, we share your pain. Just thanks for really giving us a reason to really tune into Clipper talk and just being Clipper fans, man. You make my day brighter. You know, anytime after the games, you're just really putting in your 2 cents, and it's greatly appreciated, man. So thank you so much, and I think Clipper Nation, we all appreciate you a great deal.
Jason, that means a lot. I appreciate the kind words, man. You
No doubt,
made my night.
No doubt. Hey, absolutely. Hey, likewise, man. It's me every day, man. It just, I'm just tired of stuck in stuff for so long, man. We had Shea Gilgis show up. We haven't, and we traded him. So, hey, man, it's overdue. Just hopefully, the guys. I think the team, they just have to believe they can do it. Us fans, we believe more so than the team, than the players. They have to believe that they can win. They have to do it. We have the talent. We have the coaching staff. We have the fan base. Might not be like the Lakers, but hey, this is still. We have a phenomenal fan base. We have phenomenal, promotional aspect that the team, the Steve Ballmer has put together. We have everything. We have the stadium. We have a lot.
I know.
They have to go out and win. They have to do it. The team, hey, Kawhi, if you listening right now, hey, stop with the BS, man. Stop with the low management. Go out there and go get it. That's all I can. If you want to be in LA, and if Steve Ballmer is willing to keep you on the team, same for all the guys. If any player on the Clippers is listening, hey, you guys have to go and get it. It's not going to be handed to you. It don't matter about, what it says on paper. Hey, man, you guys need to go get us a championship, period, point blank. And that's all. I'm in it on that, man. No doubt.
Jason from South Central. Don't be a stranger. That was inspiring.
Hey, man. Hey, man. I can't wait to hear myself, man. I'm definitely retune into the live, man. But, hey, man, Adam, thank you so much, man. Have a great night. Go Clippers, man. And the Clipper Nation, man, keep your heads up, man. Our day is coming. No doubt.
Go Clippers. 877-520-1150. Who dis? Is it Penn? Who's calling in? I just punched somebody up. Wild card line.
Hello?
Sorry, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Echo Park, Dan.
Dan, what's up?
It's been a while since I called. Oh, man, just coming to terms with this. I love Kawhi. I think he sits on the Mount Rushmore of absolute elite players. And, I just hope that we get what we can from him. But I'd expect 2 number ones at least. But it's kind of one of these things, it's we're at the end of the line here, I think. And it's like losing a girlfriend, I guess, kind of like that. I've been a long-time Clipper fan since like Danny Manning days. And it's it. I think it's time. I hate to see him go. But I want him to be happy, kind of like a girlfriend, you kind of want him to be happy too. He did a lot for us. Yeah. From top to bottom, I love the Clippers, and I think Frank should have won, GM of the year in 21. But it's time. And, we all got to stick together on this. But I'm wondering why Dallas isn't calling, with the relationship with the GM there. And
that was one of the trade packages that was possibly out there. There was a report that because Masai Ujiri obviously has worked with Kawhi back in Toronto, that they were trying to put together a trade package around PJ Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need some picks.
Well, I know. I think picks would be included too, but that was the most noteworthy player. Klay Thompson was possibly in there, but it didn't really go anywhere. I haven't heard anything about it since yesterday.
Well, yeah, keep fingers crossed. I guess it makes sense for him too, all around, tax free or whatever, no state tax. I don't know if, Uncle Dennis would be down for that, but yeah, it's kind of, I've come to terms with it. And I think Clipper Nation should be too. And I'm excited for what's to come and the youth movement. I don't think Coach Lou has anything. He has no choice in the matter at this point. He's got to play the younglings, and I'm all for that. Sure.
All right. It was Dan, right?
Yeah, Echo Park Dan. I didn't call all last year because it's been hard, man. I just kind of
6-21.
Yeah, 6-21. Hey, by the way, I did call and say that they would be at 500 by February.
Ooh.
And I got a lot of heat for that.
Ooh.
A lot of heat, and it's there. I think I even posted on Megadano on the gram. So. I'm always pro Clippers, but I called it, and I'll screenshot that to you anytime, man.
You should. I like the receipts.
Oh yeah, I know you do, and I keep them too, man. Being here in Echo Park, and it's like Laker hell down here. But people always say Clippers are never gonna win. I say, never's a long time, man, and I will be alive when they win, dude. That's for damn sure. And if not, that's fine, dude, because they will win the chip, guarantee.
Guarantee. Dan, thanks for calling in and bringing some more
You got it,
positivity.
man. Hey, you're the hardest working man in the business, and that's why I always tune in every single time for your shows, dude.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate the love, man. We'll talk soon, all right?
All right, man. Take it easy, dog.
There goes Dan in Echo Park. Clippers talk. I'm at a Moslin. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how's it going? This is Ken. I'm calling from Chicago.
Who's this?
Ken, I'm calling from Chicago.
Sorry, could you spell it for me? I couldn't hear if it was Dan or Ken or Penn.
Ken with a
Ken,
K.
Ken, what's up? From Chicago. What's up, Ken?
Yeah, nothing much. Kawhi was argumentatively a top 3 player last year. He had the best season of his career. What Toronto was offering, I wouldn't do it. Kawhi is a generational player. He puts you in championship contention if he has the right pieces around him. I mean, and when you look at last year's situation with all the trades, the way they started off, I think it's 6-21. For him to have the season that he had, you got to keep him. You got to keep him. I mean, unless you can get a better player and a better offer. But for what the Raptors are offering, I don't make that trade.
But would you match? Would you match the max extension that they're offering him? Because what if Kawhi's unhappy? If you're not giving him that much money, he could feel like, oh, I'm being lowballed here. You're only giving me $90 million for 2 years, and Toronto's offering 126.
I mean, yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, look, if Kawhi doesn't want to be with the Clippers, then obviously you got to make a move if you're the organization. But outside of that, you do what you got to do, because when you look at the league as of right now, I mean, Giannis went to the Heat, right? You have Jaylen Brown out there, but I mean, I don't know if that's even something the Clippers are even interested in. I mean, who else is out there that's the caliber of a player like Kawhi Leonard?
I know.
That's gonna at least be a lateral move, right? That doesn't necessarily deplete your team, but who else is out there? So you got to do what you got to do. I mean, considering the season he just came off of.
I agree. I do wonder, though, if he can really replicate that. It's hard to know because, he had the swelling in 2024, and they felt like they got a handle on it, but he didn't play the first half of the next season. Then he came back, took a while to ramp up, and by about the last 20 games, he looked really good. Looked good at times, especially in that game 2 against Denver in the playoff series. And then he makes it another year without a flare-up, without having to go under the knife, gets to an offseason healthy. So because back-to-back years he's gotten to an offseason healthy, does that lead you to believe that Kawhi now is entering a different stage of health in his career? Or is it just, it's a ticking time bomb with his right knee, and you should sell high at this point?
Well, I think last season, or maybe the season before last, I could be mistaken, was he had a chance to actually do a training camp, right?
Yeah.
So he had a chance to actually do a full workout, get in full shape, and obviously his body was a lot stronger. But even guys like Kawhi, I think he's turning 35.
Today.
Clippers,
Happy birthday, Kawhi.
Yeah.
All we're doing for your birthday is talking about how you might get traded. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the Clippers made a lot of good moves when they got younger, right? You brought in a lot of younger athletic players, which is good because you kind of want to let those players kind of take care of your season for the most part. You want guys like Kawhi kind of just winning and closing games, and you want them fresh for the playoffs anyway. So, but Kawhi is a Hall of Famer, and again, the season he just came off of, I mean, he's always been like 2-time NBA champion, 2-time Finals MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. I don't know, just with the package that the Raptors are offering, if Kawhi wants to be a Clipper, you do what you got to do to keep him and see where the chips fall after this year, whatever the case may be. Then if you're the Clippers, you have leverage to trade him. But I hear what you're saying, an interesting point that the stock may go down or you just never know. But if you're the Clippers, you want to win. You want to win now.
You want to win. You want to win now.
Position to do that.
You think they can be a contender this season?
Yeah, with Kawhi, yeah.
Even though Lawrence Frank has admitted they're not, they're competitive, but they're not in the contender tier. You still think they can be?
Well, look at it like this. Who picked the Knicks to win it? or to even come out the East.
That's true, but they still won 53 games. Like, how many games do you think Kawhi, Darius Garland, let's say Benedict Mathurin is back? I don't know if John Collins is going to be back. They're playing the young guys more. Keaton Wagler, Kobe Sanders, Jordan Miller. They're going to figure out those contracts. Also, Brook Lopez is going to be your starting center to start the season, it looks like, which isn't ideal at 38, but you got him for $9 million.
I like Conan.
Well, Conan's going to be hurt he might be out till December.
Yeah.
You still think they can win 50-plus games?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, considering the way they turned their season around last year, yeah. Now they have more chemistry, right? You got Darius Garland starting off the season. You didn't have him. He missed so many games after the trade. Yeah.
You're basically saying if they don't get off to a 6-21 start and actually get off to a good start for once and just kind of win at around the winning percentage they were at the second half of last season, they'd be in good shape.
Correct, because I don't know exactly what their win-to-loss ratio was after the 6-21 start. But looking at that alone, right, and then not having Darius, right, when he first got the trade, and guys were still kind of getting used to each other. Now they have more chemistry. They got time in. Everyone starting off, with the exception of Conan, obviously. But, yeah, I believe they can be a 50-win team.
All right.
Going into next season.
I don't know if you've convinced me, Ken, but I'm not going to push back. I like your optimism.
Yeah.
I like somebody just said in the chat, Ken, see if this resonates with you. Be delusional. It's sports.
Hey, I like it.
I might get that tattoo.
I like it. Nice. But hey, I enjoy the show. I tune in all the time, and I appreciate what you do as well.
Oh, thanks for calling in. You're included in a string of callers who seem to be first-time callers that have really brought some energy here and some positivity to the conversation. So thank you, Ken. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you as well.
All right, bye, Ken. 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. Streets are saying Canada is shook. Canadians won't call in tonight from Toronto. They're saying like they can't get through on the line. I don't believe it. Don't they have apps for that? What's Up app? There are ways to connect, dude. What was the one that started with an S back in the day that everybody was using to make international calls? You guys can get through. Come on. People keep talking about this guy Penn. I ain't seen him. If Raptor fans want to come in here and tell us 877 numbers are only U.S. only, Penn Sayre cannot call. I don't know who that is. Skype. Is Skype still around? Or they get eaten up? Is it antiquated now? Everybody's like, that one that starts with an S? I'm sorry. I've been podcasting like literally all day. My mind is gone. Penn chicken out, some are saying. Penn can't call in, your number doesn't work. There's got to be a way. A router, a relay number to get through. There's got to be a way. I don't even think Penn exists. Go to Penn's live stream right now. Put it in the chat. What's his live stream called? And I'll pull it up on YouTube. What's Penn's live stream? Saying he's doing it from the Toronto Raptors side right now. What's Penn's Penn name? What's his channel name? What do you got for me? Skype ended May 2025. RIP. Damn. Yeah, the extension might be +1. I don't know. Live in America. I'm gonna have to dial that. Yeah, it's +1. Penn Sayre basketball. He's on right now. You're telling me. What, you want us to debate the trade or something? All right, I got him.
Those things. You cannot.
Oh, I know this guy.
Promote those things.
I like this guy.
I think those are.
I listened to him on.
I don't want to get preachy, but like
he's a part of what's the basketball channel?
I'd be such a hypocrite because I drink.
What's the basketball channel he's a part of?
Would I?
I know them.
Beer? Yeah, I hate.
They
to
do
say
good
it.
work.
Yes, I would. I'm sorry. Sorry, I would. I'm not happy about it, but yeah, if it paid a lot of money, yeah, I would probably promote like Corona or something. Yeah, sure.
All right, listen to
I
Penn.
mean,
I'm
maybe
gonna go
not
to the
like
bathroom.
a shitty beer. but
Keep
like,
it clean,
yeah,
Penn.
I don't know. I think I would.
Player's choice. Yeah, that's the channel. My brain's fucking fried. Sorry.
Rob, do you think Portland will? Yes, I do. I think Drew Holiday is totally available, and Real D, the Clippers guy, is watching you. Well, if he is in fact watching, here's your call-in link, dude. Here, call in. I will happily let you on. Here's your call-in link. And by the way, this actually does work. Also, someone's saying alcohol is way worse than smoking weed. I didn't say I wouldn't promote smoking weed. Hit me up. Weed's cool. No, just kidding.
As an Amsterdamer, I support that statement.
There you go. Weed never killed nobody.
I don't do either, but still.
I honestly, the last time I smoked weed, I nearly fell over. So yeah. Okay, where is? Nope. Clippers talk. What's up? Where the hell is he?
What's my guy's Penn saying here?
Sorry, my stream nearly crashed trying to watch your stream, Clippers talk. If you're watching me, someone said Clippers talk is in your stream. He is going to the washroom.
This is funny.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Call in. That'd be great. That would be great. That would be great content. And I'm certainly not going to pull you, copyright strike you or anything like that for putting this.
Does he want me to call in?
It's cool.
I'll call
I
in.
like when content creators get together. It's dope. Oh, Ken, any final thoughts, man?
What's his email?
Thoughts? Well, I'm just excited.
Give me Penn's email.
Let's see when the trade happens. I'm just predicting
Stop
that
trying
it
to
will
be an
happen
instigator.
right after you.
Penn wants to fight.
Okay. We'll never finish the stream.
What's his
I'm streaming
email?
until 4 a.m.
Get his email for me,
Please
and I'll send him an invite.
I know. I want to go to sleep.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
man.
All right, man.
Sleep
have a
is
good
the
one.
cousin of death, Penn.
See you, bye.
See ya.
What's Penn's
Pippin
number?
said,
I'll call
"Do
in.
Canadians call it a washroom or a restroom.
What's
or a
Penn's
water
number? I'll
closet?"
call in.
What? I call it a washroom. I don't know what y'all call
What's
it.
his number? Put it in the chat. He has a link. I don't see it.
Yes,
I'm looking.
I will call it water closet. That shit is absolutely Britain, right?
Just put it in the freaking chat.
It's not going to happen until 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Call line is in his chat.
Dream a little. Dream a little.
I'm looking.
Okay. Military man said, "What's up?"
His chat is a
How's your
bunch
night?
of people
Okay,
in there.
Well, let's recap. I couldn't
sent
call into
link
a
to
show.
where?
Tried 45 different times. Was called a boomer multiple times. Was asked by the stream to show my girth. Was asked by a complete crazy person to put my number in front of 10,000 people.
Click on
probably
the
were gonna watch this
StreamYard
stream.
link. What do you mean?
Then I
a
tried to call into Clipper Talk, okay, and I couldn't hide.
I'm
the
using a
Cauchy
different
logo. Then I
computer
tried to
than
hide
this
the Cauchy
one
logo
that I'm
and
using
banner
on
that says
here.
Kawhi Watch,
Maybe that's
except
the
I put the
disconnect.
Kawhi Watch logo as a background instead of the fucking foreground. I'm having a day. Someone said send him your email. What? Okay, dude, this link right here. It's right there. So Clipper
Okay, I
Talk,
got the link. I'm going in.
all you have to do is put that link into any browser, ideally Safari, but you can definitely access through Chrome because I'm doing it. The link is right there. You don't need any software. You just pull right up. I will pull you up. And
Here's the problem.
This is great.
I want to keep
Link
this
is
stream
right
going.
there. And it is a link that works world over.
I don't know if this is going to
No
work.
charge. No charge to you.
Maybe if I do it on my
no
phone.
Software. Yeah. You got it.
Go to site.
He says he's joining it now.
All right, I'm just going to try it from the computer and see what happens. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? I didn't even know I was on YouTube. I'm using my own streaming stuff. Go to site.
Cool. Someone said he's joining it now. He's not in the back yet.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Yo.
Okay, he's
Wait. Who's your team and what's your location? So, what are you looking for from us, from the Clippers side? You want Kawhi. I think the hangup here is Brandon Ingram and that contract. They'd probably rather have RJ Barrett. They probably want one more first round pick. I know CMB is a long shot. I don't think the Raptors are giving him up. But either some young player or two first round picks, and neither of them are a swap, and Brandon Ingram. Grady Dick is his name's been out there. Okay. It wasn't worse in that playoff series, though. Right. I think the Clippers are looking for a little bit more. I mean, if there's two first round picks and neither of them are just a pick swap, I do think that deal is appealing because I don't think they're going to the max offer that obviously you guys are offering Kawhi, according to Shams. I think the Clippers may have offered 90 million, 100 million over 2 years, not 126 million. And that's the difference maybe for Kawhi. Hey, thank goodness. That was the wise move. Here's the thing. I don't think the Clippers are on Kawhi's timeline. They know they've entered a new era. Kawhi knows that. Lawrence Frank Lawrence Frank has said straight up, we're in the competitive stage, not the contender stage. We're trying to get back to contending. So they're not talking out both sides of their mouth. They're telling Kawhi something and doing something else. It's been laid out to everyone, the state of the Clippers. Uh, I've heard Toronto fans say that, and they eventually had to acquiesce with Siakam. And the Clippers, it looks like the same thing is going to happen based off the reporting. He's going to be moved over to Toronto. But I don't think this is a blindside or anything for Kawhi. It's just I think he'd prefer to stay with the Clippers if the money was the same because he likes being in Southern California. Because one of the main reasons he left Toronto in the first place was to come back home. It hasn't worked out. He tore his ACL in 2021. Otherwise, they probably win. And it makes sense to go back to a place where he'll get that hero's welcome and the max contract that maybe the Clippers are unwilling to give. But I don't think they've done him dirty. I think Kawhi is about Kawhi is about familiarity, trust, and comfortability. He trusts you guys. Even the San Antonio reporting, I don't know if they mended fences somewhere along the way, but he has to trust your organization implicitly. Yeah. I think people were just assuming, they heard he one of his hometown places and they were just kind of figuring that out. But it's Toronto. I look, if you guys don't win with him when he comes back, if you don't win it all, and I don't know where you'd be tier wise in the Eastern Conference, I think you'd be pretty good, but I wouldn't probably put you at the top of the contenders. But it's not like that's going to ding Kawhi's legacy. Like he's a made man in Toronto. They're going to roll out the red carpet. Why would you not want to go back there if you're leaving the Clippers? Because the Golden State Warriors had a chance to get him at the trade deadline. That was a real thing that went on, at least according to Mark Stein, and Steve Ballmer didn't want to do it. So there could be a part of this where it's about the Clippers and them wanting to send him east and far east, not to the point where San Antonio was bitter and just said, we're not sending you to Los Angeles. You have to go to Canada. But just something that's mutually beneficial to where the Clippers don't have to see him 4 times a year or have to watch him possibly win in their own division, in their own conference. I think the preference would obviously be Toronto. Well, hey, if that's what ends up happening with you guys, I have no ill will towards Kawhi. I think they fully win that championship in 2021 if he doesn't get hurt. Yeah. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but I've heard what Raptors fans said about him before, and now all of a sudden they're trying to sell everybody. I believe you. Hey, you wanna know what I heard last year from Clippers fans? Brook Lopez is better than Ivica Zubac for about 2 weeks. I know how it goes. I get it. I'm just saying, in looking at the on and off splits with Brandon Ingram, the one thing that concerns me is your offensive rating is better when he's off the floor. Your defensive rating was better when he was off the floor. It's not nothing. Yeah. I mean, I'm not against Brandon Ingram. In fact, before you guys got him, I was really interested because I felt like a change of scenery could do wonders for him, and maybe it still can. Going to the Clippers and Ty Lue, little bit of a concern with just so much heavy ISO game, mid range, and if that could stunt the growth of some of the young guys on this team. But if that's the guy who ends up coming over, I mean, I'm a Clippers fan. I'm rooting for him, and I'm interested in how they use him. Um, I think this trade is going to go down in the next 24 hours. Are you in that place? I was hoping. Yeah. Hey, as a Clipper fan, seeing how their picks have been used by Oklahoma City that at one time were pretty far out, I can understand the trepidation there. It's concerning. I like it. I was leaning more Mikhail Brown Jr. just because outside of the back spasm stuff or whatever he was going through, there's not many weaknesses. The only weakness with Keaton Wagler, and it's really only one, but it could be a serious one at the NBA level, is his lack of athleticism and burst and getting around guys. Maybe he's so good basketball IQ wise, it doesn't matter. He's got to put on 15 to 20 more pounds still, but the shooting's real. He can stretch the floor with Darius Garland out there, and he does make the right basketball play consistently over and over again. The Clippers front office said they watched every single pass made by the guards in that part of the draft in their college careers. And Keaton Wagler just stood out of making less mistakes, making the simple pass. And also his problem solving was really good. When he'd have a bad first half, he'd adjust how the defense was playing him. So I'm excited about it. And just the fact that they got that out of the Zubas trade, as you mentioned early on here, like that was a huge win for them because there was only a 48% chance they got the pick. So it was a coin flip. I like Kingston. I had him pretty high. He's another guy that outside of his size, everything else was kind of there. Now, his three-point shooting never really materialized or he didn't lean into it in college. But if that mid range, if he can pull that out a little bit further, and you have a guy that's already good in the mid range like that with Ralph Sampson's system where they were packing the paint and he still got downhill and got to the basket, and he's a good defender, I do think he could be special. That was good for Atlanta to find him there. And thanks to the Pelicans for making that happen. A well-run organization, haven't gotten over the top, but they're pointing in the right direction now, at least. Like they have stability there. It's kind of how some people feel about the Clippers. Oh yeah. I mean, they would have Joe Smithed us. I mean, look, I don't know. It's interesting because in the bylaws it says there doesn't have to be a smoking gun for them to discipline the Clippers. If there's I think the verbiage is enough evidence without a reasonable explanation otherwise that they can penalize them. But Adam Silver has also said, I'd be hesitant to do that if there wasn't strong evidence. And the fact that it has taken this long, we're going back to last September now. The investigation started then. I can't believe we're going to make it to free agency tomorrow, and I guess we're not going to have the results, and the Clippers are just going to have to be like, well, I think we have these picks to trade, and there's not going to be a penalty here. That's wild to me, but I'm guessing it's not an open and shut case or that easy to figure out if it's taken this long, right? You think so? I remember the reporting from Sam Amick in The Athletic after 2019. But this is all about 2021 and Kawhi getting that extension then. This has nothing to do with 2019. Sure. Well, the problem, Adam Silver was so upset before the NBA Finals that this thing hasn't wrapped up. I think that tells you that it's a pretty independent investigation because if he had his druthers, this thing would have already had a bow on it and be done by now. But I will say they investigated it in 2019. They didn't find any wrongdoing with the Clippers, but what they said was if any new information came to light, they could jump back into that investigation in 2019. So maybe they're looking at it again more thoroughly because of what happened in 2021 and the Pablo investigation. But oh yeah, the next team, Toronto, was like minus 450 last I saw it. Feels inevitable. Were we both on streaming all? Were you streaming all day long, just waiting for this too? Well, it eats at you because you feel like as soon as you turn it off, the news is going to hit and you miss it. JJ Redick, basketball sickos is how he put it. I'll get out of here. in case you want to get to bed. I appreciate you having me on. I got to get you on the Clippers talk side at some point. And I freaking, bro, I knew of you, but I didn't know your name. And all these people in the chat were saying Penn is talking crap, or Penn is saying this. I thought it was some fictional character. And they were just fucking with me. The chat's instigating stuff. So I had no idea, but I've watched you a million times. So I love you. I love the player's choice, right? I love Chill. I love Ox. I freaking love you guys. So it's an honor being on with you. But I got to get you on at some point after this is all done. You know what I always say about Kawhi? There aren't 10 other players I'd rather have in a 7 game series in NBA history. Kawhi is one of the 10. There aren't 10 guys I'd put in front of him that I'd rather have in a 7 game series. He's that good. Oh, shit. Michael, I, I think Shaq has become underrated, and it's partially because his own doing, because of the way he acts on television. He's kind of hurt his own legacy. I did not know that. Whoa. Well, if you're the most dominant player ever, it's like, well, that means you're one of the best players ever. I don't care if he doesn't have a fadeaway and all these things. What he does is super efficient. And I'm from Sacktown, so we had to deal with him all the time. So I think Shaq is in my top 10 of playoff performers who I want to have. Larry Bird might be there. And now you got Asia with you. You're at Illinois. Damn. Bro, let me tell you the jersey that I have. It's a custom Lakers jersey from NBA.com with the number 6 on it and Bavetta on the back for what happened in game 6 of 2002 in the Western Conference Finals, where they gave the Lakers 27 free throws in the fourth quarter. So that's like half my life, that series. My buddy has one that says Delaney for Bob Delaney, who was the other official in that game. Like this is very traumatizing, but I try to work through it. Shaq fouled Steve Smith. He fouled Steve Smith on that play towards the basket at the end of game 7. Like Blatant. Dude, draws in. He was great in that playoff series. He stepped up. He did well with OG Anunoby for you, so I'm sure it'll work out with Scotty Barnes if that's the direction this thing goes. Now we'll just do a stream. I didn't even know. I was so freaking, I'm out of sorts right now. I've been streaming for almost like 12 hours today. So I had no idea who they were talking about. Like Penn saying this, Penn saying that. You got to go on Penn's show. Penn's talking about you. I'm like, who is Penn? But it turns out all along, I know who you are. I love your takes, man. And I love everybody on Player's Choice. Ox is a bigger Kawhi fan than you. Yeah. Tough to believe. Same. All right. Thanks for having me, Penn. You too. All right. Are we still going on this side? That must have been weird for you guys.
That's awesome. He's a guy. Seems very reasonable and very nice of him to say nice things. That's always nice. He also threatened to copy strike you at Adam. I didn't threaten to copy strike him. I specifically said, I promise I will not. I don't threaten to copy strike people. I'm not Donald Trump.
You know how cool that was for me? As soon as I saw him, I'm like, oh, this is Penn? I watch Player's Choice content quite a bit. I didn't know Chill was related to Shaq. I don't know everybody's name, but I watch their stuff and their debates and their arguments, and it's goated. Like I freaking love those guys. I'm jealous. I've always wanted to be on the panel. When I hear those conversations, I'm like, I want to get in there. Man, that was cool. I'm so glad you guys were trolling me talking about Penn. I did not know who I was clueless. I didn't know he was in Canada, Canadian citizenship, was a Raptors fan. His obviously love for Kawhi, I knew he had definitely had some. I didn't know how deep it went because I didn't know he was a Raptors fan. Man, we could have gone like 2 more hours. That was dope. That guy's the man. All right, where the hell were we? Has anything changed? Kawhi got traded during the collab. I don't know what that looked like on this end. You guys said you were only hearing me. I mean, I had to open up StreamYard on the same computer that I have Restream open in, so there was just no way to do it cleanly unless I could have done it on my phone. I know it was kind of a mess on this side. I apologize. But yeah, I've always liked his delivery and his takes. Big time. Thanks to the chat for hooking that up. You guys are a great broker. That was dope. Man, I'm kind of like, not saying I'm starstruck, but he's literally might be my favorite guy on that show. And I had no idea. Now, if Kawhi does get traded, you know, there will be even less hard feelings because I know Penn's going to be holding it down there, and he gets how good Kawhi is. All right. Yeah, I don't hold anything against Toronto fans. Like 877-520-1150. I don't know how much later I'm going to stay up. What? He's 3 hours ahead. He kind of convinced me on some stuff with BI. With Brandon Ingram, too. I feel a little bit better about it. I'm kind of back where I was with Ingram. This season, I soured on him maybe too much because of what happened in that playoff series. But I have liked him in the past. I've been intrigued with getting him in a different situation and what that could do. Yeah, I am. Penn's a bad motherfucker. He's always like, he's kind of a sniper in that show because there will be some heated debates, but he rarely raises his voice that much. But when he comes in with great points, and maybe they land more because of that. Sorry to break my heart, but the deal is going down. I'm accepting that at this point. BI being doubled a lot was a solid argument. I still wonder about the offensive rating and defensive rating being better with him off the floor for an entire year. That's not nothing. But look, I trust Coach Lou. I trust them to get more out of Brandon Ingram. And he did bring up how you'd probably have to give RJ a contract extension because he's on a 1 year. And that makes sense. And I didn't really consider that before. I was just like, let him play it out or move him and that contract because it probably wouldn't be that hard. I'm not ready to make a decision like that for a guy who hasn't played for the team before. I understand Brandon Ingram is not the best defender. That was cool. That made it all this streaming today over a trade that may not happen today totally worth it. So on this side, you guys could hear me, but not him. So I'm just talking to myself like Willem Dafoe is the Green Goblin. Get Peyton Watson and have a super young team. You know how I feel about Peyton Watson. Here's my offer to Peyton Watson that the Nuggets have to match. 3 years, $90 million, player option on the last year. So a 2+1 for $90 million, $30 million per year. That's the offer I'm going with. What do you think? Nuggets probably still match, but I'm at least taking the chance. The only problem is it locks up your money for 48 hours they have to respond for a restricted free agent. Was it totally muted? You guys couldn't even hear me? Yeah, I knew it was going to be a mess because I was just joining StreamYard on the same computer I'm doing this on. So I don't know where it's sourcing the audio from. And I told you guys in the chat to switch to Penn. But I had no idea what the hell everybody was talking about in here. Penn saying this, Penn saying that. I thought it was like something fictitious or like a play on words, and there was going to be some jokes on me. Penis is what they were saying the entire time. I had no idea, really. But yeah, the Penn is mightier. He is. He doesn't have to use the sword. He uses his words, good logic, good rationale with his arguments. Really, really sharp guy. That was a treat. Now, if we could actually get the trade to go through, I'm almost ready to push the button and just say, let's go. Whatever the trade is. I don't want the Clippers to make a bad trade, but I'm so tired. I know they wouldn't fall into this trap. The front office is too good. But it's happening. Sure feels like that. How is there any coming back from this? They're just hammering out details. Penn said it's a first-round pick thing. Some of you guys are talking about Jakob Poeltl's contract to get more picks. We can't have Ingram on this team. I don't know. Penn said some good things about Brandon Ingram. We both shared in our frustrations with our respected fan bases. His fan base, the Raptors. Look, this is what fans do. I get it. They go 6-0 with Brook Lopez at center. Everybody says he's better than Ivica Zubac all of a sudden. And by the end of the season, you're like, oh, we should have traded Zoo, or we better get that draft pick out of it. This is what it's like being a fan. This is the passion. What's the chat saying? Yeah, we aren't getting CMB, I don't think. Kawhi was spotted at the Blue Jays game? No way. Picker didn't happen. Player's Choice is rad. I freaking love those guys. I do. If I showed you my YouTube video history, I listened to their last, what was I listening about? Maybe, I think their Keaton Wagler episode I listened to. Wow, this is an interesting one. I don't know if that would be the correct response. Let's see. Is Penn still talking?
Okay. Any final comments before we get out of here? Because I am looking forward to sleeping.
You're awesome. You're so awesome, man. That's my final comment. Sorry. That's like one of the streamers that I listened to.
Would you do it quickly for Drew Swap? Yes. Is Sham still awake? Yes. Penn, you look like you've been in a fight. Them bags look heavy.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very tired and I look like shit. And this happened last week on Player's Choice on Friday, right? Because Ron hit me up at like 11 o'clock and I was supposed to be sleeping because I was sleeping at like 7 a.m. that day. And I was trying to sleep and I got a ping on my phone. And it's like, do you want to be on the panel? So yeah. Old Dirty Dasher said, what's your other show? It's called The Panel on Player's Choice. It's not my show. I'm on the show. And it is on Monday through Friday on YouTube, on Player's Choice YouTube.
I'll watch it.
At 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
I didn't know they had a consistent.
I've only recently called in sick a few times this year for my senior dog acting weird. Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I'm also
our bromance is over. He's a dog guy. I'm a cats guy. No, I love dogs and cats. They only let me get cats in my apartment. Clipper Talk, what up? What up, Kodiak? I don't know if I can say I'm staying up later than Penn because, you know, he's 3 hours ahead here. I really would like some clarity on what's going to happen with Kawhi. And if there's anything else out there, oh no, what is this? What is this? Don't worry, it's not that serious. Jamal Christopher, he posted one of the Drake Iceman tracks, plot twist. Now I'm thinking, like, is there more to this? Jamal Christopher, he can be plugged in at times. He can know some things. But I think, like many of us, he's assuming this is going to be over. Kawhi is leaving and going to be traded back to Toronto. But is it going to happen tonight? And how much longer will I stay up in anticipation of this? Brian Windhorse is talking World Cup on Men in Blazers. That doesn't help. Let's see. I'm going to pull up. People are saying Mark Stein hinting about something. Mark Stein put out a tweet. It sounds like it's unrelated. Got a story for us tonight. And he retweeted somebody asking him that and said, should we? That was 1 minute ago for Mark Stein. Till 11:11. Oh, nice. Mark Anderson's at the strip club in Toronto with Kawhi Leonard Raptor jersey on. I don't want to have to play any music that's going to get this channel copyrighted. You know, I don't want to play. I don't want to play strip club music. Not on this show. We wouldn't do that here.
No, we are here waiting.
No. We're not going to do. We're too classy. We're too classy. I'm in the club with my J's on. Clippers talk. I'm in the strip club in Toronto with Kawhi Leonard Raptor jersey on. Is that the type of reception we're looking for? Like, everybody's just going to be, it's going to be like the championship parade if they get him back? Thank you to North Remembers. That was very classy. I like the North Remembers. That's fitting for this. House of Dragons, I don't know, man. It's up and down, and they're talking too much about the White Walkers and stuff, and I don't want to think about all that because then I think about how poorly the original series ended when it could have been the greatest TV show of all time. You know? That's where my mind starts going this late into the night. But episode 1, what the hell was that in season 3? Spoiler alert. So you can get a dragon with a spear on a rope or arrow, and the rope pulls them down to the ocean and drowns the dragon, or they bleed out, and then the kid dies. It's like, why wouldn't the dragon just light up the rope with its dragon fire? Or, I don't know, use its claw to unhook the rope. That was stupid as hell. That was episode 1 this season. Jon Snow did Jon Snow dirty. Actor had one note. I like looking at the dragons. Everybody likes that part of it. Raptors fans are gloating. They're likely getting their man back. The one that got away. If you love something, let it go. If it comes back to you, it's yours forever. Is that the saying? I mean, didn't Game of Thrones kind of ruin that whole... Although the Seventh Swordman spinoff show or whatever, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, that was pretty good. I know the chain had an anchor tied to it, but it was a rope. The dragon could have burned the rope. The rope went down to the ocean. So burn the rope. The other dragon came by the first time and just like clipped it with its wings to get the rope off of it. And apparently failed the next time doing that. This is... Come on. Poor writing. Not intelligently done. Just saying, oh, you want more action scenes in House of the Dragon? We'll give them to you now. Did that satisfy you? It didn't satisfy me. Player's choice, only thing that satisfies me these days. Great show. My guy Penn. Let's go. I gotta go to the bathroom. Let me see if there's any new Kawhi stuff on Twitter. What do we got? Here. Listen to Penn while I go to the bathroom. I think I already did this once.
It's debatable if he's a better player. I understand the theory. He is definitely a better defender than Jamal Murray. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would do it. But the deal isn't just Jaylen Brown for Jamal Murray. It is Jaylen Brown plus Sam Hauser for Jamal Murray and Cam Johnson. And I'm a pretty big Cam Johnson fan. So I'm not like thrilled about it, but I get it. Honestly, neither player is my cup of tea at all. I'm not like gung-ho about the idea of Jaylen Brown. But what I'll say is Jokic and Murray have like a really long-standing established rhythm, and it's really hard to imagine that you're just going to bring Jaylen Brown into that because he's not the passer that Jamal Murray is. He's not the shooter Jamal Murray is. So, yeah. If my Clippers aren't getting CMB or Jacoby, they need to call this trade off now. Well, my friend, you're not getting either of those players, and the trade hasn't been called off. So clearly, your front office values Brandon Ingram more than you do. They probably value the picks that the Raptors are offering more than you do. And maybe there's a little bit of a sweetener named Jamison Battle on the way for you guys. And Trace Jackson Davis. Here, man, I'll sell it to you. Trace Jackson Davis is number 5 in value of replacement in his entire draft class.
Where are we at?
Brandon Ingram was one of the most frequently doubled players
Any
in
trades?
the league last year. And Grady Dick, I don't know. I don't know. Grady Dick is cool. That's the best thing I got to say about Grady Dick. Someone once compared Grady Dick to Drazen Petrovic. I don't know what the fuck that guy is on. He might have been on crack.
Grady Dick is no Drazen. Drazen was killing MJ back in the day.
Grady Dick was
putting 40 on him.
National Player of the Year. How's that? Just 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Gatorade National Player of the Year. You got to be pretty good to be.
All right, let me see if there's any more Kawhi stuff that came out. You want to hear from Ryan Windhorst earlier today on Rich Eisen?
What about Kawhi? What's going on with him?
So I don't think Kawhi wants to leave the Clippers.
Okay.
And I wouldn't even say that that's a guarantee. However, when you're going in,
well, this was so 9 hours ago. It feels dated already. I can't believe my guy BJ Matthews says Kawhi Leonard is not getting traded from the Clippers. He put up a show saying that, like at 7:00. My guy, you got to read the room a little bit. It looks like it's happening. All right, what about TSN? What are they saying?
All right, here is our NBA analyst, Javon Shepard. You didn't think we'd be having this conversation.
Did not think we would be talking about this. Absolutely did not.
It's wild. By the way, Kawhi Leonard turned 35 on Monday. We should point out he is coming off an excellent season, second team All NBA. But he's probably not the player he was in 2019. I'm not the person I was in 2019. Neither are you. I mean, what kind of player are the Raptors getting in 2026?
Well, let's say this, right? Kawhi Leonard cemented what it is to have a winning culture, a championship culture as a Toronto Raptor, what he did in 2019, right? Every time you draft a player or you acquire a player by trade, free agency, whatever it may be, you go into Scotiabank Arena, you look up at the Raptors, and you see that championship banner. The first thing you think about is Kawhi Leonard.
Yep.
Right? So to potentially have him back in your locker room and that presence, it's important. It would be huge. It would be big. But I also think if you're talking about his production, yeah, you look at the season he just came off of at 34 years old. He had arguably his best scoring year, right? He was efficient and, just under 30 points, and he played, right? And he was healthy. So I think, that for me was really good to see and comforting if the Raptors are able to land him. And obviously the Raptors have really good medical staff who kept him healthy in the 2019 run as well. But the part that really sticks out to me is during this past season, he was comfortably a top 10 player. There were times where he was actually a top 5 player in the NBA. So
this is good analysis.
You potentially could be getting that player into your locker room along with the presence that I was talking about, the championship presence, the championship pedigree. So that would be huge for the guys in the locker room. And they haven't played with a player of that magnitude yet. I thought when they acquired Brandon Ingram, he brought you the scoring that you needed. And he gave you that blueprint, that model there. Kawhi gives you a little bit more in terms of what it is to win.
Speaking of Brandon Ingram, we just heard Shams say that Ingram would likely be one of the pieces going back to the LA Clippers, if for no other reason than to make the money work on both sides. So if you lose Ingram and you add Kawhi, are you truly better? Are you a true contender in these
Jay, let me tell you something, Jay. If Bobby is able
Did he just ask if you lose Brandon Ingram and get Kawhi, are you better?
In these
Jay, let me tell you
on both sides. So if you lose Ingram and you add Kawhi, are you truly better? Are you a true contender in these
Jay, let me tell you something, Jay. If Bobby is able to land Kawhi Leonard, you're not doing that to play tic-tac-toe, right? You're doing that to, try and compete and win right now, right? Remember, he's 35 years old, right? That means before Father Time hits, you have a 2-3 year window to try and win. But right away, I think it accelerates you to a top 3 team in the Eastern Conference, as is, minus Brandon Ingram, minus Emmanuel Quickley, who was out. Both those guys were out with injury during the playoffs. It came down to one game against the Cavaliers. You pushed them to a game 7 to advance into a second round. So when you think about that addition there, it does a lot for this team. And, I think Scotty Barnes would be untouchable. CMB would be untouchable. And opposing teams in the Eastern Conference, they wouldn't want to see those guys on the defensive end. Those guys would be a long night. It would be a warm time to play against them. So, what that may shape up to be would be scary in the East.
Let's go West, because the team that the Raptors beat in the 2019 finals is apparently attempting to assemble a super team that would have been a super team 10 years ago for sure. But now I'm not so sure they're a super team. So they're trying to acquire LeBron James. They're trying to acquire Anthony Davis. They're bringing back Kristaps Porzingis on a 2-year deal. Is this even worth trying?
No.
I mean, what year is this?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We are in 2026. I think if you look at the today's NBA, right, and I don't want to be an ageist here, but when these guys are north of 30, north of 32, it is very hard to keep up at the pace of today's NBA. And I just don't think the names of the past win you today. So, you can put that super team together. You can build that super team as much as you want, but that doesn't win today. And you need, 12 players to really compete. We've seen that with the New York Knicks. We've seen that with the Thunder. You need depth more than anything, and utility guys and auxiliary guys that really understand how to be superstars in those roles, not superstars who have to learn how to scale back.
Either way, if that actually happened, I would be I'd be enormously entertained. Speaking of watching and being enormously entertained, some international basketball to keep your eye on, and it's going to take place right here on TSN. Javon, I know you're on.
We don't care.
On the call, Canada against Puerto Rico, World Cup qualifiers, Friday, 7 Eastern.
Okay, here's the latest. Mark Stein just dropped his Steinline report thingy for those who pay for that. I don't. I just wait for other people to clip it and then repost some excerpts from it. So we should have some of those shortly here. Let's see. Come on, aggregators. Do your thing. Give me that good Mark Stein news. I'm interested. But that last show, that was from TSN about an hour ago. Let's see. Was Penn still going? Is it like a showdown to see who's going to stay up later now tonight? But he's got me beat. He's 3 hours ahead. It's built in. Can't do much about that. Let's see. Could hear from Dime. Let me see. Who else could be available? Let me see. Is anyone even up? I don't know. There's 250 people in here right now. What's Mark Stein saying? Who's got the Stein line? Extend the olive branch. I heard it through the Stein line. Mark Stein going to say nothing going to happen? Really? I would love to know if something is going to happen tonight or not. I don't typically stay up this late for no reason. Jake Fisher said there was obviously no Kawhi Leonard trade on Monday. Still Monday on the Pacific, on the West Coast, Pacific time zone. But sources with knowledge of the talks between Toronto and Los Angeles say there was indeed momentum pushing towards a deal between the Raptors and the Clippers. I don't know if that was that groundbreaking, to be honest. I don't know if I stayed up for that. Now, I got on with Penn, so it worked out. But I was hoping for more nuggets, something a little juicier here. Again, this is Jake Fisher commenting on the Stein line. There was obviously no Kawhi Leonard trade on Monday, but sources with knowledge of the talks between Toronto and Los Angeles say there was indeed momentum pushing towards a deal between the Raptors and Clippers. Okay. Go to bed. That will make something happen for the rest of us. You know how many times I've stopped a stream today? And so this is like my fourth stream. So I stopped 3 other times and there wasn't breaking news. If I stop this time, though, there will be. So I got to stay up. Watch pot never boils? No, I don't believe in that. Come on, there's got to be something here. Make it happen. Shams. Just do it. Do the trade. I don't know. You think the front offices have tabled things till tomorrow? Or are they working late into the night? Once you go to sleep, the trade will happen. It's 97 Fahrenheit in Toronto tomorrow. Jake Fisher says hi. Does he? Logical Raptors fanatic. How likely is it that all this is a smokescreen for a San Antonio Spurs deal with Kawhi? Look out. Not very likely. Some might say very unlikely. Just like when Chom said, oh wait, what was the actual? No, Chris Haynes said it's very unlikely that Kawhi goes back to Los Angeles. Then Chom said some more stuff. What's the buzz about? Take one for the team. Look, if I really thought, if I stopped, that the news would magically appear, I would do so. Trust me. Finding out Jaylen Brown averaged 29, 7, and 5 last year. Oh, so you're casual, as Christian Wood once said. Oh, you're casual. Yeah, he had a pretty good season. Clippers leaking? Leaking what? I'm not seeing anything. The Stein line didn't give us much of anything. It was a bust. They're talking about Laker news that isn't that interesting to me. No offense. No, actually, plenty. Take plenty of offense to that.
I hate the Lakers. I hate the Lakers.
Raps don't let news leak. I got some gold coins. What are they worth? What does that amount to? There's a 4-leaf clover on it. What am I going to get out of that? It's going to be announced in the morning. They won't do Kawhi like they did CP3 in the middle of the night. I was up for that one. I'm working too hard. Yeah, I'm losing it here. Peyton Watson. Is that true? Was that on the Stein line? I'm telling you, 2 + 1, 90 million player option. Ooh, you're right. The Stein line did say that. A likely target for the Clippers. Give them that 2 + 1, 90 million. Do it. So we got that out of the Stein line. It's more of the same, but just confirming how we felt. Who's cool enough to call in this late? That's what I want to know. Who dares call in? Has anyone said you look like Frank Kaminsky? I've gotten that before, especially with the beard. Kawhi will only re-sign with the Raptors. We've heard that. Canada about to be like Germany, beat at their own game. I don't think Jaylen Brown was stat padding. You get to the point, you're like, I've stayed up this long. Might as well keep going. Yes, I think Kawhi is gone at this point. Just based off the odds and the reporting. It could be true, but Kawhi for Ingram, Grady, and a first is limit. Grady had a bad year. They call him G Dick. Grady Richard. Yeah, if they got Watson, John Collins is likely gone. I think he's likely gone anyways, but I would make that move. Guys, Peyton Watson is 23. And I think he'd be a real stud, whoever gets him. You're giving Kawhi with a 1 year. Kawhi won't get as much as Giannis. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. Timberwolves interested in John Collins. A few teams are. I think San Antonio was listed. Timberwolves obviously have a need at the 4 now. It's a terrible trade package. Say JP9812. Bradley Beal going to Miami for a veteran minimum makes a lot of sense. There is no tanking now. I mean, why would they tank? They don't have their pick. Grady Dick and his confidence seem to be at an all-time low this season. But that's a young guy with potential, and you find a way to instill some confidence back in him. Change the scenery. One thing is that Kawhi never asked for a trade. Okay, let me explain something. You don't need to ask for a trade if you're saying, give me the max, or else I'll go to this other team that'll give me the max. Like you don't need to specifically say I want to be traded. And then if you're saying I'll only sign the max extension for this team, you're kind of also telling your current team where you want to be moved. It can be a little bit more subtle. Can we get Peyton Watson even if we go through with the Kawhi trade? Yes. Jake Fisher is saying that there is still momentum on the Toronto deal, even though no trade was announced today. I think I just read that. Some want Jacoby. I'm interested in Jacoby Walter. I would take him in the deal. Another guard, but great defensive guard. He was really good in that playoff series. If I was Kawhi, I want to go to the Spurs, but he probably only leaving to Toronto because they will give him whatever contract he wants because what he did there in 1 year. Apparently, there's other teams that would offer him the max too, but he's not willing to take it from those teams. The report is he's only willing to take the max extension from Toronto, or presumably the Clippers if they gave it, but they're not offering it. No, this conspiratorial stuff is stupid. Sorry, it is. Peyton Watson, like a Jaden McDaniels with better offense. Actually, I like that comp. Breaking news, I like that comp. I see where your head's at there. I kind of feel the same way. Long defender, made his bones on the defensive end, and his offense, well, it blossomed in January when he averaged 20 points per game. Jokic was out. He won a Western Conference Player of the Week. Wizards might sign Russell Westbrook this summer. I trust Timothy. He's got the Stein line. Oh, good luck. Enjoy that. Blake said, yes, I think especially if we trade Kawhi, Bomber will want Watson. They will want Watson. You know who else wants Watson? A lot of teams, including the team he already plays for, where he's a restricted free agent in Denver. So that makes things a little bit more difficult. Good buzz or bad buzz, Clippers? Our front office doesn't leak our moves. Why would they start now? Well, the leaks could be coming from the other side. Kawhi's camp, Toronto. That's how this could be going. Oh, the draft rules changed. Didn't realize that. Seems like Fisher and Mark Stein still updating. Who would you take and what deal? Murphy or Watson? Oh, that's interesting. Trey Murphy is more established as a reliable scorer, but I think Peyton Watson has higher upside because he's the much better defender and younger by 3 years. I might go Peyton Watson. L. Frank getting 3 Michelin stars if he can exit the kitchen where he's been cooking with Trey Murphy and Peyton Watson this offseason. Who's damn? And Norman Powell goes back to the Raptors too if Miami lets him walk. I don't know if the Raptors could afford him, so probably not. Miami doesn't want to let him walk, but they probably can't afford to pay him. I would miss Kawhi. Kawhi played amazing last season. Honestly, he deserves the max. Depends on how you look at this stuff. He's under contract for 1 more year. He's turning 35. Is he likely to play that many games in consecutive years? I don't know. Maybe you sell high, but if the return isn't that great. Grady has really good potential. He just did not fit in the Raptors' high, intense defensive system. He will flourish with space. That guy's a great slasher and has a good shot. That's kind of my scouting report on him. Grady Dick was the best shooter in his draft class. He's 6'7". He had to bulk up and get stronger, which can mess with your jump shot. Let him get used to the muscle. He'll be good. That kind of happened with Amir Coffey once. Can the Clippers get Trey Murphy and Watson? Probably not. I don't think CMB or Jacoby Walter are even offered on the table. Probably not. Maybe Jacoby. I wouldn't be shocked by that. So this might be a Toronto fan. You're not getting Jacoby if Kawhi says, I'm only extending in Toronto. You're losing leverage that way. I would hope if Kawhi wants to go to Toronto and the Clippers would agree to send him there, that he would help them along the way by getting another team involved so Toronto will give up more to get Kawhi. Help him out. Jacoby's a good two-way player. Yes, he is. He's a really good defender. If we get Grady, will we get punts from Brian? They may have to put the Clippers programming channel on like HBO or something. No. Brian will find a way creatively to make it work. Not happening. You get Ingram. Grady, and a first. We ain't paying the max. Killed by Clippers talk buzz. Would Jacoby count as another Kobe in LA? With Kobe Sanders, formerly Kobe Brown. I would give everything for CMB and Allen Greaves. Greaves and Wagler would be interesting in the future. Or are they too slow? Buddy, do I have news for you if you sign Leonard? Look, if the Clippers get fleeced into taking garbage Ingram and Grady Dick, it's a bad trade period. They might as well let Kawhi play out his contract and force Toronto to go into second apron to get him in 2028. 2027, you mean? Kawhi has 1 year left. What year is it? 2026, I think. Will Denver most likely match any deal? Most likely, but make them pay. Test it out. Half the article from Mark Stein says Himothy is about LeBron and the Golden State Warriors. What do you say? Anything juicy there? What are we looking at? You know what? I need some ibuprofen, or else I will lose my voice. I know the way this goes. I'm weak like that. Here was Shams Charania. I remember when I said this, and it was only like a half hour ago. Now it's over 2 hours ago. Saying this. Why isn't it playing? I got the volume up. No, because I'm playing from my computer and not the computer. Brain's starting to fail
Continuing,
me.
they're serious. Those talks are continuing. They're serious between the Clippers and the Raptors on what would bring Kawhi Leonard back to the Six, back to Toronto. And those conversations have continued today. We'll see how the conversations go for the next few hours, potentially into tomorrow. But all signs point to these two sides being motivated, and the future is nearing its end. The Kawhi Leonard's tenure is nearing its end in Los Angeles. Been there for 7 years, but he has not been given any indication that the Clippers want to give him a contract extension. He has 1 year and about $50 million left on his contract. So if the Clippers are not going to give him a contract extension, there are multiple other teams out there in the marketplace that would give him a contract extension. He's coming off a second-team All-NBA season. But as of right now, sources tell me there's only one place that he would commit to long-term, and that's the Toronto Raptors, his former team. He's familiar there. He won a championship there. A lot of the people that he was there with, as far as the front office side and the medical staff, they're still there. And we know how important familiarity and surroundings is to Kawhi Leonard. And so that is where he is looking at potentially for his next home.
It's about trust, Sham. All right, what do we got here? Nobody calling in. Soft. Making offer to Watson means you pull all qualifying offers or no? That's a good question. It would lock up your money for 48 hours that you offer to him. 3-team trade. Clippers, Celtics, Raptors. I don't know about that one. Raptors fans saying we're not getting Jacoby Walter or CMB. Literally have no choice to trade Kawhi to Toronto. Why would you think they would give any value? They have a choice. Kawhi is under contract. Are they willing to get uncomfortable with things? I mean, it's late June. Jacoby, 2 picks. Take Jakob Poeltl's bad contract. RJ is 26 years of age. The fact that we have Kobe and Jordan, it seems like fate. We get Jacoby. That's pretty good. At least for the hour that I'm at. Do you want to know what the Pels were asking for Murphy at the trade deadline? RJ Martin and 4 unprotected firsts. Lately, they said 3 unprotected firsts. Why is it out of the realm of the Clippers just doing what the Blazers did with Lillard? He wanted to go to Miami and kept saying that was his number 1 choice, but they ignored it and traded him to Milwaukee. Huh. Well, one reason would be if you don't trade him to a place where he will take the max extension at, that team likely will give you much less than maybe what even the Raptors are offering because they think he's going to be a 1-year rental. So it would behoove you to trade him to a place where he says he'll extend at to get more out of that organization because they know they'll have Kawhi for multiple years. That would be one reason. How Phil said, I would give everything for CMB and Allen and Greaves. Okay, well, they're not doing that. That's cool. He'll fit in then. We already have a Kobe, a Jordan, a Miller. Raps build new guys. Raps don't leak facts. Raptors can't afford Norm. I said that. Maybe a sign and trade. Maybe. Raptors, unfortunately, cannot afford Norm. Kawhi is old. Norm could go back to the Raptors if they trade RJ in subsequent deal. I guess. Sign trade, sign Norm $30 million, match it with RJ Barrett. Can we just do a trade and stash? I guarantee a deal with Toronto, but send him next year. You're telling me there's no better options than BI and Grady Dick? I don't know. I'm just going off the reporting. Want 1 more year with Kawhi at least. Grady was not played because Raptor decided to take advance on Jacoby Walter over Grady Dick. So he took a step back. He got out of the rotation. I still think he could be a good NBA player. Raptors front office in here, eh? Do you see the Clippers signing a superstar in the offseason to start the NBA season to put butts in the seats? Yeah, look at all the superstars that are free agents. Look at them all. They're just hanging out, waiting for people to pull up the truck with money. Oh, wait. No, you have to trade for superstars nowadays. Now the NBA works, Steven. It's not like every offseason everybody's a free agent again. What are we talking about? CMB is untouchable. Raptors fans have reiterated that. Maybe we should just sign Kawhi for the max for 2 more years and let him retire a Clipper. Then to take a bad offer, at least we'll be competitive. Peyton is too expensive. Peyton Watson. I'm willing to pay $30 million a year. What else we got? Price of the brick has gone up. If you send Jakob Poeltl, then you can include RJ and Jacoby Walter, 2 picks, and it's a fair deal. You're saying you take on Raptors fans would be fine with the Clippers getting more if they took on Jakob Poeltl's contract, which is a little steep, a tough contract. We're still up, ladies and gents. I'm not going anywhere. No, I might. Clippers have 0 leverage in the situation. Raptors can just wait. Clippers out and the value decreases if it goes into the season or if he gets hurt. I mean, you're right. But maybe by that point, Kawhi will blink. He'll say, I'll go with this team. Fine. There's multiple ways this could go down. But Kalshi is saying there's a 79% chance he goes to Toronto. 14% chance he goes to the Clippers or retires. Boston, 6%. Dallas, 5%. I feel like I have to scroll down in case the trade happened and I missed it. That could be the case. I got a follow from Penn Star Basketball. My guy, Penn, the man. What else? The Raptors not putting CMB or Jacoby Walter on the table as they are key pieces to compete. Okay. A lot of Raptors fans have infiltrated the chat. I'm guessing Penn finished his stream. All right, y'all. Got to rest. I'm in a glass case of emotions. Ingram, Grady, and a first for 35-year-old Kawhi on 1 year. But he's not on a 1 year if he's agreeing to take the extension from them. So shouldn't that give the Clippers a little bit more leverage? He's not a 1 year rental. He's already saying he will take the max extension from you guys. Do I see them starting the season with a superstar? Defined superstar. I mean, no, if Kawhi's gone. No. If there's any truth of the front office is interested in Jaylen Brown, given the youth movement we seem to be embarking on, we should be pursuing Watson in free agency. Watson is a restricted free agent. Restricted. I agree. Make an offer, but there's a real good chance Denver is going to match it. This has to be done before 6 p.m. Tuesday if free agency starts. Does it? Don't feel bad. You'll be compensated with 2 first-round picks. If there's no swaps in there, everyone that is involved in this trade will definitely need some sleep. Kawhi's under contract. If we aren't getting anything anyway, who cares? Make him play. Oh, someone's willing to get uncomfortable. I think the Raptors are fully prepared to wait out the Clippers. The Clippers have little leverage. According to reports at the moment, that could change. I said $90 million, 3 years, 2+1, final years of player option. That's what I am offering restricted free agent Peyton Watson. Is there any idea of what the Clippers want except for CMB? Well, RJ had an expiring. Zach Lowe mentioned on his pod today the Clippers could bring back PG from Philly and get our first-round pick back. He's said that before. Others have said that before. Is that likely? Is it? I don't think they're bringing Paul George back, guys. Even if it got him a pick back. I just don't. Keep Kawhi. Get uncomfortable. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. I ain't even worried about Kobe Sanders and Jordan Miller. They will have new contracts. Dame did sign back with Portland after they sent him to Milwaukee. How much is Ingram worth? Apparently $40 million a year. Maybe a 1 year Kawhi rental has pros of its own, though. No? Tell me about the pros. He's an expiring. He has something to play for. Ingram is iffy. Maybe he's worth a first. Hey, Adam, do you see the Clippers starting the next season with a superstar who will put butts in seats? Okay, Steven continues to ask the same question over and over again. L. Frank already said we aren't contenders this year. The Raptors seem to believe they can contend this year. The pressure to get this Kawhi thing done ASAP to fill out the roster is on them. I mean, there's something to that. Shouldn't the Raptors really, really want this guy? Get it done? Figure out their roster situation? They're the ones that think they can be at the top of the East. Hey, Fish, 1 year Kawhi rental and you get a ton of cap space after if it didn't work. Dick is an expiring contract. This is true. Grady was not playing in Toronto because he can't defend his position at all. And there's a lot of messages in here. No more butts or seats questions, please. I'd give 2 first-round picks, RJ and Grady for Kawhi. DeMar DeRozan, 1 first-round pick, Jakob Poeltl. That was the original trade. When did L. Frank say that? I mean, I could play it for you. Lawrence Frank.
Lawrence, is the plan still to win with Kawhi?
Yeah, plan still to win with Kawhi. But the bigger plan is how We understand we're not a contender. We're competitive. How are we going to get back to contention?
There it is. He said it many, many times. Raptors just have to wait. It's like Siakam trade, GM lowball, and just wait because they have to pay him or let him walk if they didn't take the lowball offers. Are you ready to have Kawhi sit the entire season because of this chaos? Then go to Toronto for free? I don't think he'd sit. You're bluffing. How many futures do you expect us to get for a 35-year-old injury-prone Kawhi on an expiring? I think one, and a swap would be a win. I try to get two. Penn said that's the hang-up. Figuring out draft capital. What's the Steinline? Supposedly said sources say that the Clippers, whether or not their talks with the Raptors progress all the way to a completed deal, have not pursued Boston's Jaylen Brown this offseason. Okay, if that's true, I had a lot of mixed messaging there with Jaylen Brown stuff. Did a show on that earlier today, or was it yesterday? I don't know. Oh, Penn shared a Twitter link of the convo. How do I retweet it? I just did. I don't know why when he tweeted at me, I didn't get that immediately. Okay. Probably 2 picks and a good player. RJ Grady. He is a 2-year, $126 million player for the Raptors. That's the extension. That's the max extension. 2 years, 126. Clippers talk. SGA will be a Raptor when Kawhi retires. I don't like the way you're thinking. I don't know. Can he come back to the Clippers? Thomas said, I'd rather the Raptors keep RJ so Kawhi can make a run. Thomas is a Kawhi fan, not a Clippers fan. We've gotten to the bottom of that many times. Raptors fan here. Our GM, Webster, doesn't like to trade picks. He plays hard to get, so I'm not sure he's going to add more than 1 pick. Is it true the Raptors have never given up more than 1 first-round pick in a trade before? They've never done 2? Even a swap? I thought I heard that. In-and-out drive-through run? Nah, I'm trying to be better. Yes, free agency meetings can start at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I think free agency, isn't it 3 tomorrow? Don't confuse me. Correct? The Raptors have not given up 2 first-round picks since 1998. I mean, they've had different regimes there. I'm not sure how much that matters. They never give up 2 first-round picks. L. Frank in the front office have work to do. It's like getting Thor's hammer. You think he oversold BI? Brandon Ingram? Penn? I challenged him a little bit on that. So, I thought he brought up some good points, some counterpoints. I brought up the offensive and defensive rating without him. And I did bring up how Raptors fans were saying how bad he was until all of a sudden they were going to use him as trade bait for Kawhi. Now you got to have this guy, Brandon Ingram. That's the way it's coming across to me. Let's see. I'm back. Did I miss anything? You missed a lot. Clips need to hold the line. Don't give in to the vultures. Sign Kawhi and give us a chance to see Kawhi, Garland, and the young guns at least for 1 year, then revisit the trade scenario. Well, If you revisit it then, he's an unrestricted free agent. Do you understand? Alfonso, I'm not surprised Alfonso said this. First of all, he said Kawhi's not getting traded to Toronto. Now it looks like he's shifting off of that. Now he doesn't understand Kawhi's on a one-year deal. So revisiting it 1 year from now, you have no power here. Kawhi would be an unrestricted free agent. Huh? Why everyone is scared of BI's contract. He has one for stopgap, then use him next summer as salary filler for a start trade. You're probably going to have to attach something to it is the problem to get off of that deal maybe. Clips should just end the negotiation when the season start nears. Kawhi will increase the number of teams he'll extend with. Clips can always just have him play out the contract like they did with PG. They didn't have him play out the contract with Paul George. Do you understand? He still had another year. They traded him. He got the extension from Philly for $200 million. What are we talking about? Jacoby will be untouchable. Ben Mathurin is included in the deal with Kawhi. If not, you won't get Jacoby. Oh, some Raptors fans like Benedict Mathurin. We haven't talked about what if the Clippers fleshed out this deal? What if DJ was involved? I'm not saying I want that. I'm just saying, what if it became a larger deal? Let's see. The 2 seconds were a result of the heavily protected first, not conveying. I don't know what that's a reference to. Raptors fans saying we don't give championships away. I mean, never even brought up how, you kind of got aided by Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson being hurt in that finals, but I won't go there. Alfonso Lopez says, yes, book it. Kawhi is staying. So if that doesn't happen, guys, let's not forget this one. Alfonso talks and puffs his chest out quite a bit here about things that he is shouldn't be as certain about. Kawhi will sit with an injury the majority of the season if we force him to stay out. That might make him lose money as an unrestricted free agent after that. Good night, Stump. Good night, Moon. Good night. How hurt was BI in the playoffs? How hurt? Because some of it seemed that, I don't know. Pacers pick whatever they get from Raptors and maybe future pick if a good star is available. People keep saying he is unproven, but it ain't like we're contenders. Who are we talking about there? Nene? Who is that, Timothy? Man, BI is a great player. He has a smooth pull-up midi. Mathurin does not fit us. It's really about the contract with BI more so than anything to me. It's just 2 years, $40 million. Yeah, second year is a player option. He's opting into that. Oh, some calling him a lawn chair in the playoffs defensively. Lose-lose, you get clowned if you win when they're injured, but you get clowned when you lose to them too. What if you just beat a team that, is actually has their best guys? It's obviously easier if they don't. Trolley said, Mathurin, the only player that can get downhill and get free throws. They better keep him. My voice is going. I think it might be time. It's not valid. He opted out of his contract to sign with the 76ers, but he still had a year remaining. So they didn't force him to get to being an unrestricted free agent. That's not the same thing. Huh? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? What are you talking about? Is it PG? No, he wasn't traded, but he didn't get to the end of his contract either. He was due for an extension. He had a player option. He opted out, went to Philly. Oh, don't do that. The Raptors went through the gauntlet in 2019. Okay, the Philadelphia 76ers win was crazy. That Sixers team was stacked in the second round. And then down 2-0 to Giannis and the Bucks. I'm just saying, like, it's inarguable that it's easier to beat Golden State when they're missing Kevin Durant and Clay goes down. B.I. was injured playing through it till they put him in a boot. All right. He's got some dog in him. As a non-biased Raptors fan, Ingram was good in the regular season, poor in the playoffs. Not going to deny that. Sad about Grady, though. Worked out in Toronto. B.I. had a very painful heel injury. That's right. It was the heel. B.I. did well in the regular season, but was trashed in the playoffs. However, he was injured, so not a fair assessment. I just, Raptors fans selling everybody on B.I. now. Yeah, that was when he was coming out of college of Duke. Ingram is Durant 2.0. That's never manifested. All of a sudden, Raptors fans are selling B.I. like he really is young KD or KD light. Let's be real. If he was, you wouldn't be selling him. It's not exactly the same thing of him actually getting to the end of his contract. Why would any team trade for Kawhi before the aspiration matter is resolved? Wasn't that the prevailing wisdom a week ago? I think they just figure he wouldn't be the one penalized. It'd be the Clippers organization, I guess. Or that's how thirsty they are for him. Injuries happen. Thunder don't have injuries. Spurs don't go to the finals. They do happen. They will also be pointed out for context reason. For the reason of context and being fair. I'm sorry. Yes, I pointed out for the Spurs too. But they didn't end up winning anyways. Ingram had surgery in May to remove a bone spur in his heel, I'm guessing. Yes. Kawhi was limping. I mean, he was heroic in 2019, and it was crazy. Sounding like a used car salesman with B.I. Didn't L. Frank already pass on B.I. before he went to the Raptors? Why would L. Frank get him now when he's more older, injury prone, and more expensive too? That is some of the reporting that's out there. I'm not trying to sell B.I. This is not all of a sudden. We really liked him all season. 2 a.m. in Toronto right now. So a lot of us are about to go to bed. It was nice seeing your combo with Penn, though. Appreciate you, Scotty. It was great to be on with him. That won't be the last time, I hope. He's the man. Poor man's KD. That's B.I. I know B.I.'s game. I was interested in him a couple of years ago. It's just, it's more about the contract to me. No one's selling B.I., but he's probably going to be the best player you're going to get in a Kawhi trade at 35 on an expiring, where he took away any leverage, saying he will only sign with the Raptors. That's what Shams reported. Shams reported other stuff earlier in the day and yesterday, so things can change pretty quickly here. Raptors fans keep saying, you don't have any leverage, you don't have any leverage. Leverage is as good as the next report that comes out that changes the story. I don't know. We'll see. BI has not been in trade talks until now. It's not like RJ, who we have been trying to dump. NBA might not have already let teams know about aspiration, but they are under non-disclosure agreement, so they might have already let teams know. I doubt it. Why would Adam Silver not just come out with it? Adam, of course, is the same thing. He opted out. He became an unrestricted free agent, did he not? Yes, he did become an unrestricted free agent technically, but it wasn't because he had a 3-year contract, and then at the very end of it, it just ran out. He chose to become an unrestricted free agent. He still had another year on the deal. He chose to opt out of it. It's not the same. Totally understand Watson is an restricted free agent, but any offer over $22 million a year is going to require core players beyond Cam Johnson and Valanciunas to get dumped. I think your proposed offer of $30 million might do it. Couldn't they just go over the second apron? Haven't Denver fans been crying about this for a while? Why won't the Cronkies spend more money? I don't know. The Raptors fans are selling BI hard. I can get with Brandon Ingram, but the contract is a little much. Conspiratorial stuff, unconfirmed reports about aspiration, blah, blah, blah. I know he was an all-star. He also, the Raptors were literally, they had a worse offensive rating with him on the court. They had a worse defensive rating with him on the court. That's not nothing. I can't just shake that off. And yes, he's an ISO scorer. He doesn't create for others. He's not a great passer. He's not a great connector. He's not a great defender. He is go get a bucket. That's not always great for continuity and making young players better. And it can be very ISO heavy. But hey, if he's a Clipper, I'm all in. As a Raps fan, here's someone being honest. BI became easy to game plan against. We were statistically better with him off, I think. I know. He's great, but needs the right fit. I think change of scenery, this is what I felt like 2 years ago before we went to Toronto, could be big for BI. Good to meet you, bro, from Toronto as well. Thanks for sharing info for us at 2 a.m. Hope both teams get a trade down and bothered teams get better. Both teams get better. Good luck. Good luck to you too. Well, this is nasty. I don't like seeing this. Now I have to get nasty back.
I hate the Lakers. 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 I hate the Lakers.
What's the best package they could get if they trade with the Spurs? I don't know, because there's no longer any reports about the Spurs. Some people are saying that was Fugazi to begin with. You think he's a first-round pick as an expiring in his contract year? Maybe. Kind of depends how next year goes. Letting Kawhi walk is better than taking on bad contracts. All these Raptors fans. Okay. Yeah, it's the contract. Yeah, they love BI so much, and they're very eager to trade him. It's weird how that works. Yeah, these Laker fans coming in here to hate. What else can they do? They just paid Austin Reeves $46 million a year. I think, like Penn said, the Clippers want trades that are, first round picks that are further out. Hopefully when the Raptors are bad. There's nothing to sell about BI. I don't like his game because I prefer the ball in Scotty's hands more. The Clippers offense is not as democratized as the Raptors, so there isn't the same concern. There will be concerns. There will be concerns. Why is BI taking so many shots? We got to get the young guys more looks. I can see these type of things happening. I want him to stay in LA, but if he gets traded, I hope he wins a ring immediately, and y'all ungrateful Clippers fans will cry. I won't root against Kawhi. Clippers thinking they're in the driver's seat in the Kawhi scenario are funny. He was an injury replacement all-star. Ingram, he was definitely a Clipper killer. Like, the Clippers know Ingram. We know what he looks like at his best, maybe more than anyone. Trust me, especially in opening quarters where they get up by 15. We've had a lot of trouble with the Pelicans and BI over the years. I do like Darko. I don't think he ever sat him down and forced him to buy into ball movement. That's kind of important, but he's almost 30 now, so he's kind of is who he is. Yeah, I think six man where he's more featured, that would make sense. But that's not going to happen. Yeah, how much longer are we giving it, Clippers fans? BI isn't ISO heavy when he's playing his best ball. The problem was he hit a game-winning shot at the buzzer and thought from there that he needed to be the hero all the time. Isn't ISO heavy? I like BI, but for Kawhi, I'd do that deal 100 times out of 100. That's funny. Trudell does a good job. Fans will crash out if BI plays nasty style of basketball while Wagler is not touching the ball. Or Garland, a lot of guys. He lost a step. Was that because of the heel injury? You expect him to get back fully? Because he's a pretty good athlete. Ingram is baked DeRozan. BI didn't lose a step. He got injured. As a Raptors fan, I think this is the worst year you could trade for him. He's a regular season player. Playoffs, a different game. The last 2 years avoids the bottom three with new odds, but no picks. No one told him to buy in. Clippers can have the tough conversation with him. Package I do is the offer to BI, Grady Dick, 27 first, and then add Jacoby Walter, another first and second. Raptor fans, it may suck losing Jacoby, but to me, you have to give up something valuable, which Grady Dick is not. Can the trade happen tonight? Shit. I don't know. I'm still up. I think I'm about to end this. Some are saying if it's not done by 12 a.m., I'm going to sleep. Sleep would be good. Sleep would be nice. If we trade Kawhi, we need Jaylen Brown. We should keep Kawhi. Cap space is overrated the next couple of years. All the superstars are re-signing with current teams. Teams are keeping the stars they have and only getting rid of overpaid ones. So Raptors fans think they tampered with Kawhi, and that's how they got him. I didn't know that. That's the bitterness going on here. BI does have a lot of Marcus Morris in him. What else? BI actually put good effort on defense and playmaking this year. We put him into ISO situations on purpose. I mean, he's a good ISO player. Hey, Adam, if the Clippers don't get the picks they're asking for, then Kawhi won't leave. Saying if they don't get a good enough deal, they're not going to trade him. I mean, they should play hardball. Clippers definitely in the driver's seat in trade negotiations against Toronto. They could be like Milwaukee and hear all offers for Kawhi, just like Giannis, and could probably trade him in February too. I mean, I think you would get less in February, but then he's probably definitely a rental. What else? I'll take calls. I'll take a call. In fact, from here on, if I don't get any calls, I'm out. We either call to keep the show going, or I'm done. And I guess Canadians are having trouble getting through. Style one first, right? Use Skype. WhatsApp. What is it called? Everybody's going to say if the Clippers don't get punished, oh, they swept it under the rug and all this stuff. It's like, and I watched at least 8 of the episodes with Pablo Torre. I'm not fully convinced they did anything wrong. Say I'm biased all you want. I did an episode on it myself called Adam Finds Out. I'm about to not be online. Wait, we got a call. Welcome to Clippers Talk. What's your name?
Norris.
Morris?
Yes.
What's up, Morris? What do you want to say?
I just want to know what are we looking for to get from that trade?
Apparently Brandon Ingram and some picks. And Grady Dick.
What about they already trade already?
No, they haven't made it yet.
What about CMB?
No, they're not going to give him up. Highly, highly doubt it.
Okay.
What do you want, Morris?
No RJ?
No,
I was hoping though.
No RJ, I don't think.
Oh, I'm trying to get some. I'm a Close fan, man. I've been a Close fan for a long period of time since the Lob City time. But I'm just curious, just trying to find out what's going on.
No,
Anyway.
we've been talking about it all day. Where are you calling from, Morris?
Seattle.
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
You been a Clippers fan for a long time?
Yeah. Jamal Crawford, man.
Jay Crossover, let's go.
Yep. Seattle, yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I just hope the best for us, man. I want us to get something good, man. I like to see CMB. I like to get RJ relays too, but they got the little guy, the Cohen's name, the guard.
Who?
Toronto, the guys from Toronto give a guard.
What guard?
No, Toronto giving the draft. The last guy, what's his last name? They giving who they offering? They offering
Jacoby Walter.
Yeah, Jacoby Walter. Yeah, is he a guard?
Yeah, but he's a great defensive guard. He's 6'5".
I want to look him up, man. I'm trying to find information about him, man.
He's good. Let me take another call. Somebody called and actually just hung up on them. Morris, you got anything else?
All right, well, no, that's it. That's it. No problem. Thanks. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks for calling in, Morris. Take care.
No problem. Yep.
Chat, chill. Y'all made me take some more ibuprofen. Welcome to Clippers Talk, late night edition. I'm Adam Oslin. What the fuck? Who is this? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Mario.
Oh, I'm sorry for swearing. I'm exhausted. Mario, what's up? You got more energy than the last caller?
I don't know. I'm hearing what like Toronto's offering, and it just seems like they just want to duplicate or not exceed what they originally got for Kawhi Leonard in 2019, and it's kind of ridiculous because if you look at it, that trade set the Spurs back a decade or almost half a decade because it seems like they did that trade out of spite. They didn't get the best offer, San Antonio back then. They were just trying to screw Kawhi Leonard. And also, what if you look at let me think like give me a second. Hold on. Let me recoup my thoughts for a second.
No, you're fine. It's a lot.
Okay. Yeah, but anyway, but like this deal. Okay, like all right.
You think they're lowballing the Clippers?
Absolutely, they're definitely lowballing the Clippers. What they're offering is a player that they don't want, a draft bust, and one pick. That's not enough.
What would be enough for you to make the move? Do you need another pick? Do you need CMB? What would you need?
What would I need? I want something to make it worth my while. Like, of course they're going to offer Kawhi Leonard $70 million or whatever, because they're basically doing is offsetting his new salary with crappy salary. Like, okay, you're giving him $60 million or $60 million, but in a way you're only giving him like $20 million because you're deducting bad salaries of Grady Dick and of Brandon Ingram, two guys that they don't want anyway.
I don't know. Toronto fans are trying to sell me on Brandon Ingram tonight. Did you hear that?
Yeah, they don't want him. Like, you put those guys on the open market, they have no takers. It's a total win-win. It doesn't help out the Clippers. If I'm Frank, I hold off strong. I'm not taking this cuckoo platter. I saw what it did to the Spurs. The Spurs were irrelevant for 5 years after they lost Kawhi Leonard because they got DeMar DeRozan, who's better than this guy. It doesn't make sense.
That's true, but they gave up, a Kawhi that was 27 years of age. Now he's 35 today.
No, okay, but they got they got a top 9 pick. They got DeMar DeRozan, and that's comparable to what they're trying to offer to the Clippers. And actually, that's less than what they're trying to offer to the Clippers. But that trade set them back. It set them back. They didn't get the best offer, and this trade's not going to make the Clippers better.
All right. What was your name again?
Mario,
where are you calling from?
Sao Paulo.
Where's that?
Missouri County.
All right. Make sure to call back in, man. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, there's a more acceptable trade by the time this thing's finalized,
Gotcha. All right. Definitely.
All right. Be good, Mar.
Bye.
Clippers Stock, what's your name? I'm at a Moslin.
Yeah, this is Gene again calling back. I didn't know he was going to be on this long. You're a trooper.
I didn't know either, Gene. Thanks for saving my voice.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple things, and I just want to run a little something by you, and you could tell me, how you feel about it. But I heard a little scuttlebutt about how the Clippers was going after DeRozan, and I see you laughing.
I'm still laughing about people are going off about Mario and his call because he was so upset and he had to collect his thoughts a little bit. So I think people are freaking out. But I'm glad Mario called in. I think that was an interesting point he made about San Antonio there. Yeah, they were in a bad spot for a while afterwards.
Of course, and like a lot of people need to realize that I mean, we are definitely going to be in that same spot.
You think they're going to be in that same spot if they make this trade?
Well, I mean, we are in the West, so, and I'm on the East Coast, and I'm saying this, so, yeah.
Wait, where were you calling from again? Chicago?
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't make the trade for Grady Dick, Brandon Ingram, and 2 firsts?
It's not the point of making the trade. What I'm saying is that people need to realize, even if we make that trade, what you're signing on to is that you're still going to be in a position that you are going to be going through a whole, not competing for a long time. I think a lot of people don't sign on to it. They think that we got Garland, we got Mathurin, we got these people are not proven, and so thinking that we can just switch out again. Like I said in the last phone call, a Hall of Famer, and thinking that we're just going to switch out some pieces and then we're just going to compete in the West? I mean, seriously? Is that what we're really talking about right now?
It's going to take time. It's not an overnight makeover.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of time.
Well, that's how even a soft rebuild can go. They're still going to be competitive. They're not going to win like 25 games.
Well, I mean, even if they win 35, what's they going to do?
I mean, they're going to try to win as many as they can. They don't have their first round pick. I expect them to win more than that, but I got to see what the final roster is.
Yeah, I definitely I agree with you. And if they do trade him, I'm gonna say that basically like they had to get, they could definitely, of course, gonna have to get the most for what they're trading, and like maybe a trade with Boston would be a better trade. But again, I will reiterate the fact that we really need to take a step back and really look at what's going on right now and where we are and who we are. The media has been pushing this trade for Kawhi for a long time. I don't know what's going on with the whole thing with the tree shit. I can't. My bad. My bad. But the tree situation.
I've sworn enough tonight. You can swear, I guess.
Yeah. But this is a thing where like we got a lot of I would say younger fans who really do not realize how this whole situation works when you start to get into rebuilding. That they jump into it thinking that these
I agree. No, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say people feel like, oh, we have a top 5 pick. That means we're guaranteed an all-star. And it's just gonna work out that way. And we start over, but we have a guy to build around. You're not gonna know for a couple of years how good that guy is when he's 19 coming out of college.
Exactly. And you're really not gonna realize that if Garland, if he hits his peak with the Clippers and then he doesn't have anybody beside him that's actually like really like a really good player, he might decide that he doesn't even want to stay.
Yeah. I wouldn't put a ton into that right now. Look, we don't have to speculate too much or project out too far. Let's just see if Kawhi gets traded to Toronto first. Let's take it one step at a time. Yeah, our trade period.
If he gets traded, period. Yeah, because like I said, again, I think that a lot of people don't realize, and I would stand behind this, a 3+1 max deal should be on the table for Kawhi. And if he doesn't take a 3+1 with the team having the the condition to choose, then by all means, I get it. But there should be no reason, because I really feel like if we don't put that on the table, we are going to see him bring another team up. And even if it's not a championship, it probably will be at least in the conference finals, where we're going to be floundering. And all these people are talking about this trade and all this stuff. They're going to be complaining again, just like they complained this year when we had all these new players coming in, and then they didn't even have patience to even realize that they didn't have time to congeal and come together and even compete. They're like, oh, it ain't working. Let's just get rid of it all. Like, bro, it don't happen like that. Like, if you play basketball, you know that you had to learn how people work.
Hold on, though. You're saying 3+1. So if you went through the full contract, he's 39 at the end.
If you go through I'm saying 3 plus 1 would be 38, I think. Plus one with a
the
team.
plus one makes it 4 years if he opts in. You're saying at least 3 years, maybe 4.
No, I said team option, not him.
Yeah. So 38 for sure.
Yeah.
You're good with that. All right.
Well, the last phone call that I had, I told you why I was good with that, because like this is a person that we need to be touting as a Clipper for life. So yeah, I would be good with that.
All right.
Just like with Kobe, or just like, let's look at what Warriors gonna do with Steph Curry. You think they're gonna throw him away when he gets 37?
You're saying you want Kawhi to be like a legacy player.
Exactly. Because we don't have anybody like that. This is the best player. Like first and foremost, people need to realize this is the best player we have ever had. Period.
I mean, he's the greatest player to put on a Clippers uniform. There's no denying that. Most talented, and I think he gave him their best performance ever in a big spot in that Game 6 with 45 on the road in Dallas.
Okay, so what else do we have to lean on to put to in this brand new, spanking new, greatest stadium out of all the NBA? What else do we have to label that with other than one of the greatest player that we ever had? This is what people really don't look at. They just want to be like, oh, well, we just want to throw it away for some spanking new thing that might not. I like Keaton Wagler. I really do. I watched a lot of his videos, but we don't even know if he's even going to be an NBA player at the end of the day. These people really are like, the fresh new thing. Like, they come on, man. Like, I've been watching basketball for years, and it's like you have to realize that you can't just hop on something just because it's shiny.
Yeah, you can't go flavor of the week, brand new shiny thing, but if he wants the max that he's looking for, that's 2 years, an extension of $126 million. That's the real deal.
Issue? But what is the issue though?
Well,
at the end of the day,
is he going to make you a contender right now? He may make the Raptors a contender. He may not make the Clippers one, and I don't think he would at this point with this roster.
But that's not where we're at right now. You said it yourself. Where we are right now is Kawhi wants to be in LA, and he wants to stay with the Clippers, just like James Harden said before he left. He wanted to stay, but he wanted a max contract. Now James Harden, I wouldn't pay him that because he didn't do anything, you know what I'm saying, to deserve that. But Kawhi has definitely done enough to where he should say, hey, I want to stay in LA and just pay me what I want to pay. And there should be no issue with that.
I mean, I don't know. I think
he couldn't.
If you only want
to, he got hurt.
But if you only want to stay and it's conditional on how much money, yeah, I'll stay. You better max me though. Well, that's not the same thing. And I'm fine with a guy going for as much money as he can get, and I would support Kawhi in his decision. If he wants to go back to Toronto, it's all fine. Get as much money as you can. I don't have an issue with that. I'm just saying, it's not exactly altruistic reasons, and he wants to stay with the Clippers. You prefer if the money's right. There's a difference.
Okay. I get what you're saying. There's a difference, but the difference is he's a hometown dude, and he came to the Clippers. Remember, he could have went to the Lakers.
I know.
But he came here. And it's like, why wouldn't you pay him? Like at the end of the day, we're talking about 2 years or 3 years. That's not even a whole lot of time in basketball. We talking about people, how long has it taken for the Knicks or the Spurs or Portland to go through that whole rebuild? And people think 2-3 years is a long time?
Well,
not really that long. You pay somebody who is, you know, a Hall of Famer. At the end of the day, I think people really need to wrap their mind around what we are really about to do or the step we're about to take. And people are just like, oh, yeah, let's just go ahead and just do this, not thinking how it's going to go on the opposite side when you realize you look back and you say, hey, when you start seeing this dude like carrying teams to the finals or whatever, this dude had the best 2 years. Last year the best career, best scoring. Like, come on, like I mean, he actually basically got to the point where he was actually healthy, where the doctors actually showed him how to train properly to rehab his body correctly. Like, let's realize what we do. It's just like Steph Curry and Grant Hill when they actually figured out to go to the right doctor to get that spiral fracture in their feet corrected properly. They was healthy. They that's where we are right now, and people don't realize that.
I thought that was an interesting point. I do wonder where his body goes from here. Have they really figured something out? Because he made it the last year and a half, and therefore, he can train the way he wants to now, like he did last summer. Didn't have to go under the knife. He could put in that training. You saw it pay off. He had his highest scoring season of his career. That's not nothing, and he is such a skilled player that he doesn't rely on athleticism. He could age gracefully. I don't know.
I gave you 2 examples.
They were good. I bet Grant Hill wish he found those doctors earlier in Orlando before he had to go to Phoenix. Yeah, they were good examples.
I'm pretty sure that he went to the same doctor that Steph Curry went to because they both had spiral fractures. I think they went back to North Carolina, where I live.
Okay.
I think they both went back to the same doctor in North Carolina, and once they got them both right, then because Grant Hill played for us, but that was after he had the surgery. But a lot of people don't realize Grant Hill was like Jordan when he was coming in the NBA. They don't even know
He
how
was the
great
next
he was.
Jordan. Grant Hill wearing Pistons teal was a problem.
Exactly.
All right, Gene.
Exactly.
Gene, let's talk again soon. Okay.
I know you got to take some more phone calls, but just take into account what I'm telling you. I'm saying that I really feel like Kawhi has got to the point where he knows how to rehab his body correctly, and I think this would be the biggest mistake that we could make if we trade him right now instead of trying to give him what he wants. Give him what he wants, and I think it'll work out for both. But it's probably not going to happen because we are where we are right now. But that's all I have to say.
All right, Gene. Appreciate your perspective, man. Second call. Both good calls. Talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, there goes Gene. Clipper Stock. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, hello?
Yeah, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's up? It's Day. I'm calling from LA. Day.
Day calling from LA. What's up, Day?
Hey, how's it going, Adam? Number one, I don't think we should trade Kawhi. I agree with mostly what Gene was saying.
The tide has turned here in the late night hour.
Yep. I agree with mostly what Gene was saying. The offer the Raptors are giving us is absolutely a joke. It's a Mickey Mouse offer. If Lawrence Frank actually takes that, I'll genuinely be. I don't know if I'll.
What do you? So the listeners know. How do you interpret the offer? What's included in the offer that you're railing against here.
It's like Brandon Ingram is a wannabe Kawhi, which is like 10 times worse than Kawhi, in my opinion. Grady Dick sucks. And a pick, that's it. It's like giving us a piece of chips, some socks, and like a half-eaten apple. It makes no sense. Personally, if we were to trade Kawhi to the Raptors, I would want Scotty Barnes and CMB.
Bro, you ain't getting either of them. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm sorry, but that's just unrealistic. There's no way. Why would they
I
trade
know,
either
but
of
like,
those
I
guys
think
for?
Kawhi
He's
is
35, and he has a
Yeah,
long
the age
injury history.
the age is what it is. Yeah, but I love Kawhi. I've been a Clippers fan since Lob City days. If we are to trade him, we just got to get something back, some value. You know what I mean?
What would qualify as value to you? What are you looking for? Okay, let's be a little bit more realistic here. Like if they gave 2 first-round picks with that deal, or 3 first-round picks, or 2 and a pick swap, would that be enough to sweeten it for you?
No.
It's got to be CMB and Barnes, huh?
Yeah.
The chat.
Maybe not
The
Barnes.
chat's
Maybe-
killing you over this one.
Let the chat kill me. Dude, Kawhi is like a top 20 player of all time. Top 15. If no injuries, like top 8, in my opinion.
Maybe you're right.
So skilled.
If he had no an injury free career, he might be the top 5 guy. I believe that.
That's what I'm saying. He is the closest thing to Jordan we've ever seen.
I mean, Kobe's
And Buddy in the chat saying that's Jaylen Brown type of value. If we are to give up Kawhi, I want Jaylen Brown. I want someone to fill his role as close as possible. And I think Jaylen Brown is the guy that could come in and fill his role as fast as possible.
So you would do it for Jaylen Brown?
Still, I came on here saying I do not want to trade him.
But if you had to, you'd trade him to Boston for Jaylen Brown?
Or like a 3-team deal, or I don't know. I don't know how the trade would work, but yeah, I would want Jaylen Brown over Ingram and Grady Dick. Like, what is Ingram and Grady Dick going to do for us?
What does Dick do for you?
Caller is 100% right. Thank you.
What was your name again? Day calling from LA. You got to call in again, all right?
All righty, man.
Good
It was
call.
nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too. The phone's lighting up now that it's almost midnight. This wasn't happening earlier. I guess I'm staying on. Clippers talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from? If you were thrown on hold, there's a reason. There's 2 callers in front of you. But caller, state your name.
Hey, this is Arthur. I'm calling from Irvine.
Oh, I know Arthur. Is this the Arthur?
No, Atif, ATIF.
ATIF? Atif.
Yeah. Yeah. I usually try to listen to you when you guys are doing the show with your other 2 co-hosts.
What's up, man?
I think you only have yourself to blame for like the quality of the calls you're getting at this hour, man. You're trying to force this and drag it out until the trade actually happens. I just wanted to say, like, I think, like, I don't know, I guess we're collectively tripping right now as a fan base. Like, I don't think that the Clippers are necessarily in the driver's seat in so much as they're in the driver's seat as far as they don't want to take any contracts. I think that creep into the 2027 season and stay on the books for that year and moving forward. I mean, I think that we've already seen our front office do kind of the same thing or take the same approach with Norm. They do the same thing with PG. They're doing the same thing with Kawhi. Like, and I think it's kind of evident that they finally are accepting that we need to kind of lean a little younger and we need to stop, I think, banking on the youngsters. It's probably
I'll disagree with that.
What was that?
I don't disagree. I think
How
you're
so?
right. No, I don't disagree. I think you're right.
Oh, you don't disagree? My bad. Yeah. I mean, I think at this point, like we have to consider Kawhi, separate his game from the business side of it. He's kind of a distressed asset at this point. The reputation precedes him. Like yes, the last year and a half, like I don't know how the health team like was able to get him on the court as much as they have, but the rest of the league knows that. They see that. And if it was just, like, 2K and you could take off the injuries, yeah, like with this, I don't know, I agree top 8 all time, but I mean, yeah, he's pretty high up there, obviously top 75 all time, and we get all that. But at this point, dealing with the reality of the way that Kawhi is and his availability, I actually commend the front office for taking the position. And it seems like kind of like Harden's thing, it seems like his representation, Uncle Dennis, whoever it is, probably brought the ultimatum to the team and said, are you going to give that extension for the max? The team looked at it and said no, and this is the situation we find ourselves in. And the Raptors are apparently the only team that he's willing to play ball with, rather, that's willing to also put that money up. I think it's like, what, 60 mil per? So, I mean, I don't think we're going to get the pick of the litter. So, I mean, at this point, if we're getting anything even remotely of value that we may be able to either flip again or that might be able to just, bridge this era, the Kawhi era, and whatever our youth era is going to be with Wagler. And I don't know if, we're going to keep Mathurin and we're going to keep going for the long term. But I mean, I think we got to just take whatever we could get. And I appreciate the front office trying to squeeze and, keeping you up all night. But I mean, trying to get that second first rounder. But I mean, I think we got to just be happy with whatever we can get at this point, like making lemonade out of the lemons that Uncle Dennis and Kawhi's representation are dealing with the front office. Kind of like the Harden thing. Like, I think that was sprung on the team too. And obviously we did as well as we could there, got an all-star back. But I don't know what we're expecting more than an injury replacement all-star at this point. That's all I got, man. Appreciate you. You're crazy for staying on this long just to see the trade break.
ATIF, is that how you say it?
Yeah.
That was a good phone call, man. That was smart. Some people were saying you were souped up on coffee with how fast you were talking, but I think that was just in contrast to some of our last couple of callers. But really good phone call, man.
I mean, everybody else is faded, bro. I mean, yeah, that's not coffee. It's just this. I don't know what's going on. But like I said, the fan base is tripping, man. Like, we are not the ones driving this. This is all Kawhi's team, I feel like, Even the leaks, like, we know this front office airtight. Like, when they're actually making moves, like, we don't even have to learn that norm. Like, we didn't know, Rocco, like, we didn't know that was going to just come, fall in our laps. That's what it seems like, right? Every time this front office moves, they move in silence. So, yeah, I think we just got to be realistic, man. Like, I think his team is leaking it. They're trying to, make it kind of like you have to trade him to Toronto. Like, otherwise, like, I don't know if it was Shamster who was reporting Windhorse. Somebody was saying there are other teams willing to give him that extension, but he's already put it out there. He's not going to sign it. So he's kind of killing the market for us. So that's why I'm kind of like, why are we even splitting hairs about, are we going to get RJ or instead of BI? Like, they're obviously going to give us whatever they want at this point, and we're kind of going to have to take it. So, I mean, at this point, I think, let's see what the front office comes up with.
You don't think they could wait it out a little bit? You think the offer is really going to get worse?
I don't think the offer is going to get worse. Like, I know the Raptors fans in the chat over here are taking over, and they're saying like, oh, there's no rush, for the Raptors either. But I totally disagree. I think the Raptors are trying to get this. They want to get this move done ASAP so that they can actually lay out the rest of their free agency so they can try to build a contender. Al Frank already said that he doesn't consider the squad as it currently is to be a championship contender. He said we want to get back to that. So, I mean, I don't think the rush is on our side. But
you put that in the chat earlier then, right? That was you.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, like,
I agree.
I just don't, I don't see why we would, like, I don't see it either way, honestly, in terms of like, I don't see the advantage for us to drag this out. And I also don't see like us, like, trying to do it right now and having you stay up all night so that the front office will see the trade through. Like, there's no reason for us to necessarily rush, but I mean, I do think that we should kind of put our foot down and say, like, if we will need 2 first rounders in addition to their distressed asset, i.e. BI, then we should put our, draw the line in the sand and say, like, it has to be 2 first round picks, even if y'all have never done that before. Cool. Here's your first time. It's your first time for everything. But I don't agree with the Raptors fans saying that they don't have any rush to get this. I think they do. And I think that they need to go and pursue other players, impact players to try to fill out their roster if they really think they're a contender. I mean, I know they took it to 7 games in the first round. I don't really know that they're a contender, but I don't really follow the East like that. So whatever. But yeah, I don't see like there being a rush for us. But when Kawhi's team has already leaked it that he's only going to sign that extension with the Raptors, he's kind of screwed the market for us.
Yeah, if that's true, it definitely makes the Clippers lose leverage.
Yeah,
we'll see though. I appreciate the phone call, Tiff. We'll see you back in the
Appreciate you, man.
chat. Call in again, please.
Yeah, you got to get some rest, man. Great.
877-520-1150. Somebody just dropped, but now you're
Hey,
on.
what's up, man?
Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Seattle.
What's your name?
Norris, man. I talked to you a few minutes ago, man. You know, Gene was right, man.
You want
right,
to
man.
respond to Gene's call. You called in, then he
No,
called in.
no,
Now you're calling
you were
in.
right, man. Kawhi should retire here, man.
Kawhi should retire.
He should retire from LA Clipper, man. He should be a LA Clipper for the rest of his time being here. Because he represents stadium, man.
You think he should be a Clipper lifer now, even though he didn't start his career as a Clipper. You want him to end his career as a Clipper.
Right.
Morris.
I mean, because think about it. Him going to Toronto, it benefits them. Going to Toronto, it helps them basically, but it does not help us. You better stay here, man.
I mean, you want to give him the max then to stay.
Basically, I mean, might as well, because he's like 35 years old. He probably retired like 37, something like that.
He's 35 today.
Yep, he probably retired 37, 38. Think about it, man. I mean, what else are we gonna do, man? We're not gonna win. We're not gonna win the whole thing this year. We're not gonna win next year. So think about it. We might as well go ahead and retire as a Clipper.
So you're fine with saying, hey, I know we're not going to win with Kawhi, but I'd rather watch the Clippers with Kawhi and have him retire here.
Right. B.I. ain't going to do anything. B.I. ain't going to benefit nothing, man. I mean, what are you going to do? Benefit the guard, Gregory, what's his name? Gregory, the other guy, Gregory Dick, whatever they was named. The guard, whatever.
Yeah, Grady Dick.
What they going to do? Yeah, what they going to do, man? I mean, it's not going to benefit us, man. So we might as well say, you know, we got Kawhi. We're still Kawhi. We roll the squad. And Kawhi help us season our young guys. He work with Keaton. At the same time, we be a lot better, man.
Morris,
we did.
No, keep going.
We did all we could do, man. We did everything we could do, man.
No.
We did everything we could do.
Well, maybe that's what they're saying. We did everything we could do. It didn't work. It's time to move in a different direction.
And direction is what?
Youth movement, moving on from Kawhi.
And Kawhi to basically show us championship ways, some of his qualities he has. Help us run the team, help us work the team, help us with the team, represent the team, keep us on point to beat the Lakers. So we'll be straight, man. I mean, we ain't got to take Kawhi.
All right. I'm glad there are people on here that have agreed with you, have agreed with Gene. Multiple people.
Yeah, man. But Gene was on point, man. Gene was on point, man. I started thinking about it. I said, you know what? He right, man. He right, man. Kawhi represents a lot, man. You like him too. You like him. You like the way he plays. Come on, tell me that.
Everybody loves the way he plays. Come on.
Yeah. So I mean,
would you be heartbroken if Kawhi left?
I would accept it.
Okay.
I accept it because I'm a Clipper fan. Right? I accept it, but at the same time, I don't have a problem staying though.
All right. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
I'm a fan. I've always been a fan of Kawhi's. If it's a new day, if it's a new era, then I'll accept that too. Just like you said there. People in the chat though, Morris, they want to know if late at night. I mean, no disrespect, but maybe, everybody's a little sleepy. Maybe you take a little something to help yourself sleep. Do you got a favorite? Do you got a favorite drink, Morris?
No, I'm good, man.
Okay, you're like me then, straight edge.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I just like us, man, but it's okay.
Now look.
Anyway,
I mean, whoever I root for the name on the front of the jersey, so whoever is on the Clippers, I'm gonna support.
You're right. That's why I like Keaton, man.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. So I think we'll be all right, man. I think Keaton good, man.
Keaton Wagler wearing number 1.
Yeah, that's great. And at the same time, him and White number 2. Come on, man. Come on, dude.
You want the 1-2 punch there, like we have with James Harden wearing one with Kawhi.
Exactly, man. Yeah, exactly, right.
All right. Well, thanks for calling back in, Morris. Hopefully we'll talk again tomorrow. We'll see what happens, all right?
Yes, sir. All right, bro. Take care, man.
Appreciate you. Let's go to, who's this? 877-520-1150. You're on Clipper Staff with Adam Mausden. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Ed. I am from Costa Mesa.
Ed, what's up? Have you called in before?
First time. Oh, long time listener.
Okay. Hi, Ed. What's up?
Hi. There's two things. Well, there's two roads.
Okay.
If we were to trade for BI, like people have been saying in the comments, he's a negative asset. Plus, he's got a couple more years logged in that we would have to eat those additional years. I don't want that on the team. We go, like we said, we're going with a younger team. BI would he wouldn't mix with those guys. He would take away good opportunities from those guys, and he has been injury prone. So he would be Kawhi Leonard negative 1.0.
That's one way to look at it. I understand where you're coming from.
So having him on the roster really doesn't make sense, paying him all that money. The other way I see is maybe we just play it out with Kawhi, and then if he decides to go somewhere else, we have that cap space. Like you mentioned in one of your earlier videos, hey, they have some other free agents coming up next year. What if the guy from the Nuggets, I forget his name, the center, what if he wants to test the market?
Jokic.
We would have somebody to play around with. We could possibly do assignment. We could possibly sign Mathurin, would then trade him in the future for future assets. And then something that no one's really thought about is if we trade Kawhi and let's say we're able to get 2 first-round draft picks, do you really think if we were to get fined or if they were to find some connection between Kawhi and Steve Ballmer doing business under the table that they wouldn't take those picks away?
They wouldn't take the picks away they traded. They may take some other future picks away. I think that's possible.
So I just wanted to get your opinion. Would you rather just let Kawhi walk after this year? Let everyone have their last year together as a team with Kawhi and get that cap space? Or would you rather go get 1 first-round draft pick, BI, and be stuck with his contract, which is one of the most unwanted contracts?
Ed's putting it on me here. I think I would rather get something because I just don't know what it would look like with Kawhi. Look, if he was on board and he was like, yeah, I'm good playing out the contract and he's going all out, I just think it could get a little nasty. We don't see this anymore where a star player has a contract extension or he's contract extension eligible and they don't either trade him or he doesn't sign it with the team he's currently with. It just doesn't happen anymore. It could get bad. I remember Pat Riley saying with Jimmy Butler, like, why don't guys Why don't guys go to the end of their contracts anymore? Why do I have to give an extension, when they still got 2 or 3 years left on the contract? And I kind of understand that, but that's the CBA. So I think you'd have to move them because I just don't know if that would get toxic.
And then 2 more things very fast. We all can't tell the future, but last year was amazing the way Kawhi played. In my opinion, that was the best year. If you were a betting man, would you bet that Kawhi would have the same year or even better next year, or do you think
Wait.
he would be injured again?
Last year?
Yeah, last year was really well. He played healthy, considered his injury past. Do you think next year he's going to have the same year or close to as efficient, or do you think he's going to have a down year with his injuries coming back to haunt him, unfortunately?
I don't think he'll have a down year because Kawhi is just so damn efficient. I don't know if he'll have as good of a year statistically. I think the numbers could be down a little bit. And chances are, based on his injury history, I don't know. It's tough to say. We were talking about it earlier. Did they figure it out with the knee? Like, was the swelling the last thing they had to overcome and figure out after the ACL and the quadriceps back in the day with San Antonio? Like, did they conquer this and know exactly how he has to train now and work to avoid any flare-ups? Maybe they have, but he's still 35. I would think it's more likely just the guys that are injury prone when they're young get more injury prone as they get older. Last year might have been more of an outlier, but I hope not, regardless if he's a Clipper or not.
I guess my last thing would be for the free agents, the one that since we're pushing to go younger, quicker, more efficient, faster speed. I know we have limited cap space with everything that we're going to have to do, but what do you think about Peyton Watson?
I freaking love Peyton Watson. Did you not hear me talk about? I've talked about him a bunch over the last hour. I would offer Peyton Watson $90 million, 3 years, a 2+1 with a player option on the backside. That's $30 million per year. That's the offer I would make, and see if Denver matches. Because you got to do. You got to dare him to match. You obviously are going to overpay. We haven't seen enough for him to warrant getting $30 million per year. You're betting on potential.
And their owner's kind of cheap. I've noticed that he doesn't want to go past the second. I mean, that relatively speaking, for a billionaire, he doesn't want to go past the second apron, and that's something that their center doesn't like. That they're not willing to go above and beyond.
Yeah, Jokic.
And pay luxury tax. So I like Peyton Watson like you do. What do you think about our small forward? What's his name? Derrick Jones.
I like Derrick Jones a lot, but
what number did you say pass?
Well, he's only making $10 million this year, so he's not a free agent.
He's not a free agent.
No.
I apologize. I thought he
Let
was.
me double check. Yeah, he's at $10 million, about $10.5 million this year, which is kind of a bargain. So we don't mess with that. Teams may want him because of that, but I don't know. I would not want to see him leave.
And then, I guess, what's your opinion on Ben Mathurin? I kind of feel like we need to sign him as an asset at if anything less than $25 million, we need to sign him. That way, in the future, we can use him as a trade piece, because I believe he's got potential. Even though at the end of the year, he kind of crashed and burned, in my opinion. What do you think?
He did have a big dip, but then actually played really well in the play-in game. I think if you can get him for around $15 million, you hold on to him because he's 23. I agree with you. That's good asset management of a young player for a team that's trying to get younger. And you can see what his ceiling is, because it could still be higher. He can improve his basketball IQ, decision-making, not taking as many ill-advised shots. Like, he can still get a lot better. He's still very young.
Got it. And then this is my last question. Do you really think our point guard is? I don't see him as our point guard the next couple of years, to be honest. I feel like we should trade him. I don't see him being healthy with his age and him wanting a max contract after 2 years coming up as well. I think we should trade him. But what do you think?
I think this is a huge year for Darius Garland. I think this year will tell the story. Can he stay healthy? Can he stay on the court when teams hunt him on defense? Those are the two things I'm looking at most. I'm not worried about the shot, the offense, the passing, the skill, but he's got to be more competitive defensively when they pick on him. Maybe they said he's been working out a ton. Maybe he's put on a little bit of size, but then also, is the toe good? Is the toe fully behind him? That's what we need to see. Otherwise, I think you got to entertain everything. I agree with you.
And then I guess the real last question, what time are you going to end your stream?
Right after this long ass question. You put me under. No, I'm just kidding. That was fun. I like getting questions.
What happens first? Why gets traded or you end the stream?
So Ed, I thought it was going to happen by now. I see somebody else has called in, so I'll probably keep it going. As long as the calls keep coming and they're interesting like yours, I'll keep going. We'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Good phone call. Clippers Talk, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Adam. How are you? My name is Guntas. I'm a Raptors fan.
How do you say your first name?
Guntas.
Guntosh?
Yep.
What's up, man? You're a Raptors fan? Where are you calling from?
I'm actually in the States now because I'm doing pursuing higher education here, but originally from Toronto.
You got to get that higher education in the States, huh?
Yeah. So the reason why I called in was because I'm in chat and I've been like reading what everyone's saying, and I see that Clippers fans have a lot of trepidations about taking Brandon Ingram. And I wanted to ask you, hypothetically speaking, like a counterfactual, if there was a different team having the same leverage as the Raptors, is there another player you see being feasible, being a better fit for where you are right now as the Clippers that would be available for you?
Oh, you're trying to gauge value in that way? Well,
yeah, because I think it's kind of like it's not a good exercise for people in the chat to be thinking about if Kawhi was open to everyone what you could get. I think it would be better to look at the perspective of like if there was a different team in this situation, what would you get done?
Well, say if San Antonio was interested, because there were reports early on, maybe they were false, whatever. I think there might be a way to get Devin Vassell out of that. Honestly.
Okay.
Just because they have so many guys, they can't pay everybody. And I know they value him, but he has been overlooked and he has more to his offense, and you're not going to be able to see it with him in San Antonio now with how many guys they got. That's somebody that would be like the guy I would build around with a trade like that. I don't know. I think that would be reasonable, but it's total hypothetical. He ain't going back to San Antonio, apparently. He's going to Toronto. That's what it sounds like. And the only other reports were at one point it was Jaylen Brown with Boston. The Golden State Warriors were interested. But if Kawhi's not signing the extension with these teams, then he's taking away leverage. So what can we do? I guess you guys
for sure
are looking pretty right now.
There's
sitting pretty.
Yeah, there's one thing that I've seen Clippers fans bring up, and it's cap space. I want to get your thoughts on how much you value cap space, as opposed to say, getting one first-round pick, one swap, and like a second-round pick.
Not as much as picks, only because I've talked about it earlier, but when Kawhi went to free agency in 2019, I mean, is that the last guy that was a star that actually ended up being an unrestricted free agent, this high profile of a guy? Now everything is you either get traded or they give you the contract extension. They send you somewhere else to get it or they give it to you. But nobody's losing anybody for nothing anymore. It's just that seems like it's going to be so rare. People talking about Jokic, oh, maybe he'll just walk in the off season because he's not taking the extension. It's not going to happen. If the Denver Nuggets get any whiff of him actually leaving, they will just trade him at the trade deadline. Like, I'm sorry, it's not like the old days anymore. GMs have gotten too wise to this stuff, too smart. And so, like, cap space can only take you so far, but you got to have it for the right guy. I'd rather have picks because I know I can use stuff like that to maneuver and make big trades to get that guy from a team that maybe has a distressed asset. Like, I was talking about Anthony Edwards a year ago, and I said, what if, because this was after the Luka Doncic trade to the Lakers. I said, what if the next big guy, why can't it be Anthony Edwards? Because you look at it like this, they just created this really high standard in Minnesota. They went to back-to-back Western Conference Finals appearances. They didn't break through. What if next year they drop off? Well, they did. And Anthony Edwards started to look around, and he was wondering, where's my guy? How are you going to help me out? And so they made a move out of desperation to help him out and get LaMelo Ball. Good luck with that. But that's the type of pressure it puts on teams immediately, because they don't want to be put in the position. He's got 3 years left. Okay. Within a year and a half, you might have to make the decision. We can't lose him for nothing. I guess we got to trade him and give him up. And then you end up doing that for draft picks. So I'd rather have the first round picks to go get a guy like that whenever there's a disgruntled or upset or big fish in a small pond type of superstar. I don't know.
Yeah, you make a great point. I was actually thinking the same thing for the Raptors. I think one prior caller brought up that the Raptors are desperate per se to get this done as soon as possible. I don't think that's the case because we don't really have any targets in the offseason besides, possibly retaining Mamkalishvili. But the honest would be upon us to get started as soon as possible if we were to get Kawhi, because, of course, you want to build the contender. But you're completely right. You don't want to you can't really trust LaMelo's health, right? And Rudy Gobert is getting old, and all of it can fall apart in a year or two. And at that point, Anthony Edwards is going to be available because he's not going to waste his time on the Timberwolves. So he would have likely been the next target for the Raptors as well before Kawhi kind of like gifted himself to us. But I completely get your point. So from what I'm guessing, you kind of delineate from what the Clippers front office is thinking. They want, based on reports, a person that can keep them competitive and not have a pick-heavy package, whereas you would prefer a pick-heavy package.
Well, I guess you want a little bit of both. You have to take back contracts to match, so you can only do so much in that area. I wanted the best of both worlds. A guy that was on a short contract like RJ and the picks. But if you're making me choose, I guess it'd be more about the picks. And that's why I said to that caller earlier who said, would you rather just have Kawhi walk than make the trade? And I think I'd rather still make the trade and get something for him, even if it's not of high value as maybe we thought we were going to get.
So I got one final question for you. Say, hypothetically speaking, the package they're discussing right now is like a first-round pick, a first-round pick swap, and like 2 second-round picks. What if you were to tinker the current structure of the package, which might be Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick for Kawhi Leonard? What if you were to tinker it and include Jakob Poeltl on the Raptors side and Brook Lopez on the other side? Would giving an extra first-round pick solidify that deal for you wherein you just slap accept? Or would you want more?
I've thought about that because, I don't know, does he have the worst?
So I'll lay it out. Right now, he has $19.5 million in the upcoming season, and I think he has two more seasons where the first season is $27.3 million, second season is $29.5 million. And the third season is $5 million guaranteed. So in total, you're looking at guaranteed 3 more years of Jakob Poeltl.
The length of the contract is tough.
On getting that one younger center, which is 30 years old, not really as young, but
younger than
kind
Brook,
of like a replacement for someone like Keaton Wagner who wants to run the pick and roll, because you can't expect Brook Lopez to be doing that henceforth.
What's his health like right now, Poeltl? Because he didn't have a back issue.
Pirtle, so what they said last year is that it's not a structural issue at all. It was pretty much like cramps and so forth, and they got better in the postseason. But the reason why his stats were not higher in the postseason is simply because he's not a good fit for Mobley to face Mobley and Allen. So we're prioritizing using CMB. So I think the reason why we especially have not traded him right now is we think there's a false perception of his value being in the gutter right now. We think he's much better than he's actually shown to be. So they don't want to offload him right now, whereas he could actually like build up his value as the season goes along, and maybe we can flip him for like a spacing center. So I'm of the perspective that he's going to play much better next year. But of course, as a Clippers fan, you wouldn't want to take that from face value because I'm trying to sell him, right? You want to actually see it. So I'm not really sure how I could like give you a satisfactory answer to that. But from my perspective, he should be much better. There shouldn't be health concerns.
Whereas he's already 32 now. That contract was wild. That was Masai Ujiri on the way out.
Yeah, I mean, when it was signed at that point, Bobby Webster had already taken over, but I'm sure based on like agent stuff, there was already a handshake agreement that he's going to get this set amount of money. So he's 30 right now. This year he will turn 31.
If you're saying you give an extra first-round pick to get off that contract to give us Jakob instead of the other two,
yeah, I think it gives you like another big to, you know, it's disastrous if you have like a PG come in and you don't have a center to help pair up with them and everything like that, especially if you want to be productive. I'm not sure how your center lineup looks right now. I think you have Yannick or something like that. He might be like a developmental piece, but if we really want like Jakob's a great pick and roll guy, right? So I think he could be useful in that regard as well.
If I knew he was healthy and there were no issues there, I might consider that. But I think I got to see him play. I don't know. There's just too many red flags.
This is just my synopsis on and the reason why I've been hella against trading him right now. But I'm just thinking if the trade, like, you know, if this could hypothetically get the trade to go through, I think Raptors really have to look into it.
Yeah.
But the bad thing is then we wouldn't have a center, right? We kind of fuck ourselves over, but, you know, that's sad.
I thought you said you'd get Brook Lopez in the deal.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much you could play Brook Lopez at this advanced stage. Maybe you can tell us.
Let me tell you, he played a lot last year. He looks fine. He looks serviceable. For $9 million, I'm fine with that. I'd rather have that than Yusuf Nurkic on 2 years, $22 million. I'm good with it. All right. How'd you pronounce your name again?
Yeah. Guntosh.
Guntosh, good phone call. Appreciate you, man. High level stuff.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Take care. Is this the last phone call of the night? Clipper Stock. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tony from Dallas, Texas.
Tony, what's up? What do you got?
What's up, Adam? I don't know how you feel about this trade, but, man, I wouldn't mind trading Kawhi, but we need more picks, man.
How many?
I'd say another one and maybe a pick swap. 2 firsts and a pick swap, I'll probably do it.
So 2 firsts straight up, unprotected, and 1 first-round pick swap?
Yeah, if they give us that, then I'll probably do it. Brandon Ingram's not a bad player, but like you said, he has a bad contract.
I'd do it too if that was the deal. I think if it was the deal, I think the Clippers would have done it by now.
So we think they're offering just 1 first pick?
I don't know. That's 1 first, 1 pick swap. No, we don't know the true offer. My guess is what they're quibbling over, and you know, it's not nothing, is the Clippers probably want first-round picks that are further out. So hopefully when the Raptors are bad, you're getting those picks.
Yeah, because I don't want no first for next year, 2027, because it's not going to be good.
Right.
And at this point, Adam, I think I'd rather just keep Kawhi and play hardball.
Okay.
A little bit.
What's a little bit?
Like for a little while, like the summer. Like I wouldn't give him up that easy.
I get that. I'd consider it. It just depends on how much would this affect other moves for them and roster building. You know, this could create kind of a log jam. Like you got to figure this out before all the other pieces fall into place, maybe for the Clippers, and that's the problem.
Yeah, Adam, I was hoping this trade be done by tonight. I'm over here. I work night shift, and I'm over here thinking I'm gonna get an alert.
Man, you and me both.
And now, hopefully, tomorrow morning when I wake up, the trade's done. Because, like you said, tomorrow the free agent starts. And like you said, I wouldn't mind getting Watson from the Nuggets.
Oh man, that's where I'm at. That's what I want.
Yeah, like if we lose Kawhi and we need to get Watson, we gotta try get him.
Back to SoCal too. You know, he played at UCLA.
Yeah, I see UCLA.
I didn't know he was going to be this
and
good
I see
offensively.
a lot of super fans want Jaylen Brown, but I'm not a fan of Jaylen Brown because I feel like we're gonna have to give up a lot of picks for him.
Yeah, I think they'd have to give up at least one first-round pick, right?
If Kawhi is traded to the Raptors, I think the South is gonna want at least 3. With no Kawhi involved.
For Jaylen Brown, Kawhi, and 3 picks for Jaylen Brown?
No. Let's say we trade Kawhi to the Raptors and we get, let's say, 2 picks, 2 first rounds from the Raptors. Would you give up 3 picks for Jaylen Brown?
How would you match the salary though? Too, he makes like almost $60 million, I think. They gonna take the Ingram contract? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's what I'm saying, Adam. My man, Ingram, like, I really don't want him, bro. I'd rather take RJ Barrett, to be honest.
I think they've made it clear that they're not willing to give up RJ. They're fine with giving up Brandon Ingram. There's a reason for that. But I'm with you.
Yeah, I know. And all these Raptors fans on the comment section saying he's a good player, bro. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I'm not against it.
I don't know.
If they get him, I'll be hoping for the best because a couple of years ago, I was very interested in him. So we'll see.
Yeah, I was too. Hopefully, and hopefully I'm praying Garland shows out this year because I'm like Garland's going to be an important piece for us for the future, I think.
I think as long as he's healthy and he shows he can just avoid getting ISO'd and picked on and switched on to guys too much defensively because he got into foul trouble against Golden State doing that. And it kind of raised a lot of alarms for me. What was your name again? Was it Tony?
Yeah, Tony from Dallas, Texas.
Good phone call, Tony. We'll talk again soon.
All right, Adam. Thank you, man. I'm a big fan, man. Big fan.
I'm a fan of you calling in at 2:23 a.m. your time.
Yeah, hey, Adam, I'm over here waiting for the trade, bro.
Bro. Damn. Hopefully we get it a little bit.
I've been working all day, picking my phone, make sure, looking at Twitter.
We deserve it.
Nothing.
We deserve it.
Yeah, man. At this point, like, man, I love Kawhi, bro, but it's time to move on, bro. It's time.
All right, I get you. Be good, Tony.
All right, Adam. Thank you, man.
All right, bye.
Yep.
Clippers talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Adam. It's Official One calling from LA.
What was the name?
Official One. You call me A-Fish, but it's Official One from the chat.
Official One. A-Fish.
Yep.
What's up, man? You're in here a lot.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a lurker.
Been there.
I've been a fan for quite some time. I'd say basically started watching since Al Thornton, and then once Barron came, because he went to my high school, I was sold basically. But
how are you feeling?
But anyway,
where do you stand?
Man, I've been back and forth personally. Like I'm sort of all about the youth movement, but I do love Kawhi, man. So it's tough. It's tough.
I'm conflicted too.
I don't know, man. I don't like what they're offering right now. It's just, it feels low, man.
Especially you look at the Zoo trade, you look at what they got for James Harden. It's just like, that when you comparison's a thief of joy. It doesn't feel great.
I mean, if you compare it to Giannis, man, that's just like crazy. That's not. I mean, Giannis is obviously better, but with Giannis, who knows? Maybe he turns out like Blake Griffin and he gets his knees and he just falls off. I mean, that was a big risk. And I think Milwaukee got a haul. They got a steal, I think, on that. But I don't think we're getting that. But that's just leagues different,
What's like the bare minimum you would want to feel okay about this?
I mean, I definitely want 2 picks, but it doesn't seem like they're there. I mean, let's say it's 1.5 picks, which obviously that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, wait, what?
And then, wait, hold on, I'm getting somewhere. And Pirtle is also 1.5 picks because that's such a bad contract. So put them together, I think that's 3 picks right there. They're probably not going to do that either. But here's the other thing.
Okay.
If let's say we keep Kawhi, and I don't know if this makes sense. This may not make any sense at all. This is just a wild idea. And we go with that cap space route. And I know you said that it doesn't look like there's going to be unrestricted free agents. Everyone's going to stay with their team. What if that cap space sort of becomes like a weapon in a way? Like, what if we go around to all these upcoming restricted free agents? I assume there's a bunch out there. And we just start making teams overpay left and right and just like take that. And then we use that as like a way to like screw over all these teams. And if they don't, then we get some nice young players out of it.
I don't hate that. Scorched earth. Like, if I can't have them, no one can have them for cheap.
Yeah.
I kind of agree. I think that's good business. Honestly, you got to make teams pay. I couldn't believe when Austin Reeves was a restricted free agent, nobody for whatever reason offered him more, and like they got him for like $12 million a year or something like that on that it was like $50 million. It was BS. I was like, why didn't anybody flip him something and at least make the Lakers pay? And they didn't.
Yeah.
So I'm vindictive like that.
So with Watson, what's the deal with that? I mean, like, can we keep Kawhi and still somehow get Watson? Like with your $30 million, like we just don't re-sign John Collins, and is there someone else we have to cut, or what's the deal with that?
I think if they didn't re-sign John Collins, Benedict Mathurin, and now today they let Batum and Bogey become free agents, I do think that would be possible. I'm not positive.
So we couldn't likely have Mathurin and Watson.
And Kawhi? No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But I'm not certain on that. I'm no capologist.
Yeah. I mean, I probably would rather have Watson over Ben Mathurin if I had to choose, but
I would too, because he's an elite defender. Like his ceiling is just so high. He's everything you want from a wing. He's got it all.
Yeah.
Now he hasn't showed it a ton, but that 1 month in January without Jokic, I've seen enough.
Does that I don't know where you came up with that number specifically from, but would that put Denver in the second apron? I mean, or they would have to cut like a bunch of people on their side, or what?
Some were saying that they'd have to like trade Cameron Johnson, get rid of Jonas Valanciunas, or let him go. That might make them, make some tough decisions.
Yeah, that puts them in a tough spot.
And that's what we're about.
Story, actually. Their new general manager, Ben Tenzer, he was a grade below me in my school as well. Maybe I'll put a call into him, see what he's thinking.
Yeah, you should be like, what is 20 million? What if tell him like we're only going to offer 20 million, so then he freaks out when we go with a 30 million per year offer. Little okey doke.
Yeah.
How'd you say your name again? A fish.
Official one.
Official one. So it's some wordplay.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes, I scroll through so fast and just reading stuff.
No, I know. It's tough to see it for sure. I don't know how you do it, man. You're doing an amazing job, bro. Gotta hand it to you.
I appreciate that. I do it for the love of the game and the Clippers fans, and nothing I'd rather do. It's too fun. Otherwise, I would have stopped hours ago because I don't think any damn trades happening tonight. But you guys have made this really, really fun. So official one. Be good. We'll talk soon.
All right, for sure. Take care, man.
All right. I think I'm out. I think it's time for me to crash out. Not in an unhinged, angry way, but just, I think we're done here. I think I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I'll wake up and the trade will be done. Who knows? I'm Adam Osland. It's been Clippers Talk. Appreciate the Raptors fans that were, not just spamming and trolling. But they say the Canadians are nice, and with whatever happens, we'll be okay. We'll figure this out together, as we always do, Clipper Nation. Talk to you tomorrow.
Off the air.